They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. We work hard, we play harder, we push it to the limit, going farther and farther. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. They don't know how we do it. They'll never get it anyway. Conquering the impossible. All with a smile on our face. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks, body freaks. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Grind all day, we dance all night. We're body freaks of nature, we're body freaks, body freaks. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel like. Don't wanna forget what you feel like, what you feel Tell me somebody how long he will be on my mind. He will be on my mind.
Hello, Europe. I hope you're ready because day one of the European Fall Cup is about to begin. Welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm LeafX, and here to chat about the day and caster games are Stax and Dazarin. Stax, you ready to see you if EU go wild again this weekend?
Absolutely. It's a tough act to follow with the NA Fall Cup, but I think EU's got some tricks up their sleeve.
Hey, Daz, last time we saw some pretty wild stuff from EU as well, though.
Oh yeah, definitely. So I mean, Oxygen ended up taking that grand final, and that top 8 was just all over the place. In all honesty, I don't think we'll end up getting the same result this time around. But of course, that's what we play the games for.
Hey, we'll see a couple new teams again, actually, in this one that we didn't see last time. We'll get to that in a few moments here. Let's first off talk about what these players are fighting for on this weekend. If they're just focused in and like, hey, 3 days, what are we working for? It's this right here, $30,000 for first place, $10K a player. That's not too shabby, Daz, and the points as well. A little bit important.
Of course. Oh, no, the points are a lot important. Okay, those points are very important.
Yeah.
You need those to get to Rotterdam. Again, teams trying to stake their claim over this fall split. And those points are going to matter a lot, but of course, as well as the prize pool, because I mean, you got to be able to fund the passion.
Yeah. you got to be able to keep the lights on, keep the computer running, right?
That's right.
I think they can probably run a few computers with that. For sure. Let's take a look at the points though and where we stand right now. Stacks coming into this weekend. There are 2 teams specifically that are looking to secure themselves into Rotterdam.
Yeah, you got 2 teams so far that can clinch by the end of this weekend. Certainly nobody's clinching a spot in the major today. You only got 6 points on the line, but Oxygen just needs a top 2 finish. Carmine Corp can punch their ticket, or as Daz said, stake their claim if they win the EU Fall Cup. Everybody else just jockeying for position. And, well, I made this outlandish claim at the start of the split that Solary would have more points in the RLCS overall than Vitality. And I see one of those teams there. I don't see the other yet. Just saying.
Yeah, you are saying that, Stacks, but you got to think too, it's just 3 points. And, but
it is only 3. I'd love for them to have more.
Vitality is playing today, and of course, we don't know whether or not Vitality will be playing next week in the Fall Invitational, or 2 weeks from now in the Fall Invitational, because it is dependent on their performance here. Again, getting enough points for some of these teams is going to be very important, so they can even just qualify for the Fall Invitational and still have that chance to make the major. So this regional, I mean, the level of importance and tension going into these Swiss stages gets bigger and bigger as things go on.
And there are only 4 spots available now because 12 spots have been secured for that invitational.
I did want to, before we move on, I did want to ask, and by the way, I do believe we're missing 2 points for each of these teams, just for, or for some of these teams for this weekend as well. But Daz, in terms of importance, obviously the next one will still be important, the invitation important for Rotterdam for those major spots. But do you feel like this weekend might have more weight because you might not even make it to that weekend?
Oh yeah, I mean, for some teams, absolutely. Obviously teams at the top have their level of pressure, but teams at the bottom get to experience something similar to that too, because their split could be over just like that. One poor performance today, and we'll see you in a few months.
Well, let's talk about how they're going to be playing. We saw what they're playing for, but we need to know the format. It's the same as usual. If you guys are paying attention to the past few regionals and over in the other regions as well, we got our Swiss bracket. 16 teams coming into this. Lots of matches. By the way, I mentioned to everyone, we're only going to be able to cover some of these. We can't watch every single one, or we'll be here for days and days and days on end. Team streams are going on. You can go around wherever you like to watch your broadcast and find your favorite team, watch the broadcast, support them in their chats. Keep this one open too, because we'll be focusing in on a few matches here. But 16 teams into this, and you got a couple chances. You're not knocked out if you lose right away.
That's right. You aren't necessarily knocked out if you lose right away. It's 3 and you're in to the playoff bracket, and it's 3 and you're out of the tournament. And of course, like I said earlier, for some of these teams, losing 3 here today means that we'll see you in 2023. So this is super important day for, again, all over the board, because some teams, again, trying to clinch, teams battling in those standings, those league standings, looking to get into that major spot. You want to keep an eye on where your specific team, if you have a favorite team, watch their run and see how close they are to making that playoff bracket.
And they're playing into this weekend. Day 2 and 3 will be our single elimination bracket. This one's so complicated, Stacks. We're going to spend a lot of time on this one.
Yeah, boy. So if you're one of the top 8 teams, you're on the left. If you're one of the top 4 teams, after winning in the top 8, you get to the middle. And then if you're one of those 2 teams at the very end, there you are, the grand finals at the end of Sunday, and a boatload of points. I mean, what was it before? It was 301 for first place, and now we've simplified it down to 16. Still equally valuable.
I like the lesson numbers. It's easier for my smooth brain to figure it. Let's take a look at the schedule and what matchups we have for our first round here. We won't know what our matchups are for the next rounds until this one is done. But there are a couple names here right off the bat that we are missing, and some that we didn't see last time, Stacks. Vitality, obviously one that's already been mentioned.
Yeah, it's great to see some bubble teams like Vitality that are in this tournament. No, it's great to see some familiar faces as well, though. I look at this opening round, and I think it's going to be a lot spicier than normal, because you have a team with the pedigree of Vitality that gets stuck with Moist in the opening round, and that could be kind of deceptively difficult, I think, for Moist. And then, as you get down towards the bottom, that's where the really hot matchups are. Even like G1 Monkeys. I know Jorby mentioned that on First Touch the other day. I think that one's going to be a fire matchup.
Well, let's talk about the matchup coming up first here, because we have Evil Geniuses facing off against Tundra. This is going to be a fun one. Tundra making top 8 in the Fall Open, EG falling short in round 4 of the Swiss. But now Rizex gets to face off against his former roster. The question, though, Daz, is are they going to be able to bounce back? I mean, even just looking at this region, we're missing some teams like Sonics, Williams, Resolve. It's a tough region.
It is. Europe is stacked. People have been recently giving a lot of favor to North America because, again, North America has been leveled up, I'd say, so to speak. You talk about teams like Fury and Gen.G, but Europe still has always been, it was like this last season, it is now, the depth is always there. And there's so many things to kind of talk about here in this particular matchup too. You talk about Tundra, of course, the obvious one is Rizex. Rizex playing against EG, that's going to be the big focus there. But you also have to look at Raziers. Raziers on Tundra as well. He had a great performance. I believe it was in Gamers 8. And then after that, he ends up getting picked up by Tundra. How is he going to, be able to play with Cassio, who had, almost top 8 worlds finish if they didn't lose out to NRG. We know Cassio's potential as an individual player, but he's got to lead a completely new team now against this Evil Genius squad who's trying to look to also push themselves to the next level.
Well, let's get chat involved real quick, because our matchup is slowly creeping up on us right now. Fan votes up, #EG or #TUN in chat. Which team you think is going to take this matchup? Do you think Rizex is going to be able to take down his former team? Analyst, quick thoughts. What do you got on the board here? Let's quickly throw them in before it starts up. Daz.
I said all that about Tundra. I said all that about Tundra, but I'm going Evil Genius.
Oh, really?
Here. I think EG's the favorite in this particular matchup. They've definitely shown that over the course of that last event. I expect them to kind of keep that level of consistency up. I think it'll be close, though. I think we go the distance.
All right, Stacks.
I actually think there's a lot of forward momentum for Raziers and Cassio here with Tundra. I got Tundra in this one.
Yeah, I might have to leave you alone on this one, Dad. Just going off results that we saw last time, we've seen Tundra they got a little further. It was only one round, I believe, but they got a little further. And we'll see if that momentum carries through. I'd love to see EG do well here, but as we said, super deep region. Who knows? But yeah, I'll throw Tundra on the board for myself. But I expect I expect this to end up being a relatively close matchup. Curious if chat thinks so. No, you don't think it's going to be close, or you're just mad though?
Yeah, I'm just shaking my head. I'm just shaking my head. That's all that is.
That is not a surprising result down there at all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense. Des, okay, well for EG, obviously, again, this is huge for them. This is huge for I think for Talks specifically, to show that, hey, you know, I'm coming in, I'm taking the spot. Let's see if I can prove myself by beating the teammate that was, or the player that was on here last.
Exactly. You know, that is very important just for EG as well, for everybody on EG to be able to come out and take a win against Tundra is going to be huge for them. So I'm excited to kind of see how it goes. Like, obviously I said it could go either way. So, I mean, this is what we play the games for.
Hey, well, it sounds like the players are ready to hit the field. We got our first best of 5 coming into the Swiss one, day 1 of the European Fall Cup. Stacks and Daz, it's all you guys.
Evil Geniuses and Tundra. Yeah, it's I don't know what in the world they're doing in the lobby before we get started, but we're underway. None of y'all had to see the players basically being clowns. So it's great that they can have a little fun with this, with the very high stakes that we have here this weekend with the Fall Cup. And these are all players that are very friendly with each other. Rizex, of course, as mentioned, formerly of Evil Geniuses, and they kind of took that whole roster mania, rumor mill stuff in stride. It seemed like every week Rizex was fake getting kicked as Catalysm shot is blocked by Rizex. And Ivan now trying to hit up his new teammate Tox. Shots high, and Rizex will bounce it away.
Already pretty I'd say interesting start here between these two. Again, a decent amount of pressure coming out from both sides. You're starting to see Tundra get kind of involved here, but here comes Catalysm looking for the musty. Oh, bar down and in, and Catalysm will start us off high.
Yeah, if you look at this from Razir's perspective, you just see as soon as he goes into that backflip, it's like, oh no, there's no way he's going to be able to react in time to a musty, and it goes bar down and in, and it's 1-0 to Evil Geniuses. Now Catalysm, a little awkward ball with that, getting up to the ceiling, and a chance for Tundra to get it right back. There's Razir's. His shot denied by Ivan, just off the crossbar, and Tundra threatening very quickly. Rizex coming in as well. Tox will have that one away. And Evil Geniuses watch that lead flash before their very eyes.
Yeah, that one was really close. Someone had a lead front, and oh my God, the pressure's still continuing too. It was a good chance for Rizex, but Tox able to get that save out. The pressure's still here for Tundra as they look to clear it away, but I mean, it was a very well calculated play, lead block on the guy on the back wall, but Ivan was able to get back and get a good stop, and the follow-up was able to clear that danger out for now. But if Tundra, if that's the offense that they're bringing, it's going to be very tough on the defensive end for EG if they have to whittle those storms. You just don't want Tundra to get that set up so often.
Oh, dangerous opportunity there too, with Tox diving in. The defense from Tundra just barely good enough, as Rizex will have to forego the corner boost so he can take possession, but only for a moment. Here comes Tox again. Razir's there to meet him as well. It's hard to find players that boosted their stock more than Cassio and Razir's on this Tundra squad. Really starting in the summer, as mentioned earlier with Gamers 8. The great performance that Razir's had there, and maybe even talked that he could end up in North America, as Jack and Nolly did. Razir's sending another one in. Tox will have that ball away, and of course Cassio, a stellar performance at the World Championship, having to play all alone on the stage with Semper. Razir's now right at Tox. This will kick out to Ivan, and right back in go EG.
Yeah, Ivan still looking for a play out. Tox does get to the ball, but it won't be a shot on target. So Rizex will stay on top of this play. Now Ivan, once again, trying to force that into the midfield. We're hitting that 2-minute mark. And EG have been able to maintain a 1-goal lead, but not for too long. It looks like if Tundra keep getting some of these drives that we've seen him move upfield with. Light touch there. Cassio with a chance. That's a high ball. Rizex follow-up. Ivan reads it, though. Blocks it out, picking up his third save.
Oh, they're not done, though. Razir's trying to guide that to Cassio. Rizex needs a second touch. He's got it. Cassio's still there. And Catalysm again bounces away. Evil Geniuses working overtime here to hold a 1-goal lead, as Tox will finally clear the zone. And Ivan can go back and pick up pennies. That's all that's available to him right now on that half of the field. Wanted the corner. Instead had to turn to the backboard and clear this ball out.
Now Rizek's looking to pick this up. Good control. Forcing the 50 out. Pressure does still seem to be mounting here as shot after shot continues to pile on. Braziers alone has 5 shots. Castillo and Rizek's combined with another 5. Just showing how much pressure they've been putting on Evil Geniuses. But EG being able, again, like you said, Stacks, weather that storm, work overtime on the defensive end. They're making stops after stops. Can they do it for 50 more seconds is the question.
Oh, Ivan gracefully bringing this out of the zone. Tox knocking Rizek's away. But Rizek still right back into the play. A little awkward for him on the side, so Catalysm takes over. Down to 35. Tox trailing in behind. He'll be called into action and dump this back into the zone. Ju went forward for Tundra. They've got to scramble back now. Play a little more defense before they can get back on the attack. Tox and Ivan not on the same page. And now Casio, one-on-one with Catalysm, and Tox got there from behind. Braziers trying to get around Catalysm, not happening. Now Rizek deep into the corner. They got to get somebody central, and right now you got 2 in the corner, nobody to pass to, with only 10 seconds left. Braziers across. One demo takes out Castillo, and he just got back in the nick of time to give Tundra one last chance. And Catalysm snuffs it out just like that. That early goal from Evil Geniuses, Catalysm the difference, and they hang on.
Yeah, that's a big difference there. But, I mean, you look at the numbers and everybody involved on that defensive end. Savior medals galore for EG, getting 9 total after Tundra's barrage of offensive strikes. And they do walk away with this game, Stacks. They do put on a big wall here also as, you know, Leaf. We just saw, again, so much of that Tundra pressure come in, but not able to score.
Yeah, I mean, like that series still 1 goal difference is indicative of the whole region right now. Most of the games are actually still going on right now. And I think with the exception of 2, they're all 1 goal games at this point.
Welcome to round 1.
Yeah, it's everyone's feeling it out, figuring out what to do. The interesting one for me, just to let you know, though, Oxygen did take game 1 against Turbo Clappers, but Team BDS and Solary are tied 1-1 right now, so huge for Solar.
Yeah, 2 tough matchups. Again, one of the big stories of this whole region, certainly the difference between Solary and Vitality, and it's almost inevitable that they will meet up at some point in this event. Maybe with everything on the line later on today, as Raziers has that swatted away by Catalysm. Ivan will bring it back around the boards. We're up and running here in Game 2 on Aquadome, with Evil Geniuses having taken a very tightly contested first game, having to play a lot of defense in the process as Raziers gets back. Rizek demolished by his former teammate. Then Castillo pulls the string on Tox, goes right in behind him. 1-0 to Tundra.
I like this. This, again, no boost there, but still, instead of going for the power shot, just wants to put it on target. Middle speed there on the touch from Castillo. Very smart, because the pace of play was moving really fast. And this is where I start to get a little concerned if I'm EG, because you come off that first game, you get 1 goal, only about 4 or 5 shots that game, and you were literally outshot like 2-1 compared to Tundra. And now Tundra start things off. Do you have that offensive capability to get back in the scoreboard? They're trying here. Raziers, though, great clear out. And Castillo going to take this one to the sky.
Oh, Castillo corkscrewing through the air. And then one last touch of finesse to power through. And it's 2-0 to Tundra.
Oh, my goodness. They put a hand up. It didn't even matter. Castillo had it ran all the way and danced around the EG defense. What a bounce back response here for Tundra. They are in the driver's seat in Game 2.
In an era where this region has seemingly been dominated by the French, we get 4 German players, an Austrian, and it's still the Frenchmen trying to steal the show. Here goes Tox. Again to the ceiling, and could not get the second touch to go. It bounces harmlessly in front, and Tundra may be thanking their lucky stars that they didn't give one back to EG. Catalysm gets knocked out of the play, waterfall down, and Rizek's right there, very high up on the backboard, not allowing that to become another scoring opportunity. Here goes Rizek, he couldn't connect, and back come Evil Geniuses.
what do they do when they're on that offensive press? That's the big question. And you see Rosier's again carrying that forward. Casio, will he have another solo play? He was setting one up. It's good on Ivan to get up there early. But for EG, you don't want to be in this situation where, again, you're stuck in that back part of the net, aren't able to clear the ball out. Every time you try to clear the ball out, look at this. Casio completely on top of it. Tundra had no problem playing aggressive offense, getting in front of the ball, and just beating out EG to a lot of 50s. It just feels like they can't break out at all. Like they're just locked in a stranglehold.
Tox, kick ahead to Ivan. Can he line up the double? He sure can! Right between the eyes, and Ivan's got him back within one.
And that's what you want to see coming out of here from EG. Sure, they may not get too many opportunities, but when you line up that double, you gotta knock it down. 1 goal difference here as EG finally successful on the drive.
How will the second half air now for Catalysm and EG? Double tap, not on, but very close. And another one sent out by Raziers. Doesn't have anybody in the midfield to pass to, just kind of throwing one to space, and that means Tundra's got to retreat. Casio just got a touch there. Catalysm trying to take it through Raziers. Not going to happen this time. Save your medal for Raziers, so now it's Tundra having to work extra on defense. Tox gets bumped away, and Casio missed the open net. Rizex will follow, and Tundra do eventually get their goal.
Yeah, this is solid pressure from Tundra here too. Like Catalysm, it makes the mistouch, and Rizex did get a backflip, but that backflip put him in the right place at the right time. Top right slot, you'll love to see it from Rizex as he gets his first goal of the series. And Tundra now regain that 2-goal lead.
Well, here goes Catalysm. Drop down to Tox. Looking to get it right back. Again, the pressure out of Evil Geniuses. And Tox will put one in on the doorstep. A defensive breakdown for Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, we're so used to seeing them with pressure, at least coming out in the opening half of the series, that now you see them on that defensive end with consistent pressure that EG is putting on, and they're crumbling on the defense just as much as EG has. So doable for EG if they want to get back into this game. They got a minute 30 left to do so.
Casio just ahead of Catalysm as Tox will bring it right back to the center line. Been one of those weird games where there actually hasn't been a whole lot going back and forth across midfield. It's been a story of sustained attacks, and Raziers just out of the reach of Tox. And these last couple of goals, Daz, you're not used to seeing shots like this find their way through. They're kind of coming from out of left field.
Yeah, they are. I mean, Raziers gets bumped on this play, goes up the sidewall. Tox is up there as well, trying to get the read. He wants a challenge, but then he turns off. And now we're just starting to see again, oh, that one almost rolling in 2 off the kickoff. Just EG kind of giving freebies here to Tundra. So 2 minutes remaining in this game, or not 2 minutes, 1 minute remaining. It's a 2-goal difference with a minute left. And I'm not so sure things don't look too high here for EG as another one's going to go in. Great counterattack from Tundra. Casio with the hat trick.
Yeah, that's got to be the knockout blow here in game 2 as Tundra answers back with authority. Raziers, sure, he might have been trying to score that, but didn't try to do way too much. At least Casio right there on the doorstep to finish it off. His 3rd goal of this series, and it's a big turnaround now for Tundra. And it's something you expect, I think, now from teams, especially in Europe. They don't get too down on themselves after one bad result, and I think it's because you've got a lot of experienced coaches. You've also got former players in that coaching role. More specifically with Tundra, you've got Freaky, who himself was a pretty darn good defender, who probably never got enough of a reputation for his defense as he should have, as Catalysm will challenge Casio here. And it's sent out. It's just kind of, it's almost jarring at times as a longtime fan of the sport to see all these former players that were in their prime as you were coming up the ladder. All of a sudden now they're in a coaching role and guiding the new generation of pros, like Raziers, like Rizex, who have just tied up this series at 1 game apiece.
Series all tied up now. And Leaf You see Tundra come through, putting in. Oh, that was deep. You see Tundra coming through, putting in all those shots. And finally, they're able to find the back of the net. It just felt like, even though EG tried to fight back in that one, they just, they didn't have, I'd say, honestly, they just didn't have as much success as Tundra. Tundra just found that recipe, being able to break them down.
I felt like they got a lot of momentum halfway through that game. But just want to give you some updates around the board right now. Oxygen currently on match point against Turbo Clappers. Most of the other matches going the way you expect. Moist taking theirs first one against Vitality. They're losing right now 2-0 though in the next game. But big one here. Heat, which is the roster of Faris, Parka, and Juicy, just took a game off K-Corp, so it's 1-1 in that series right now. So that's pretty big in my opinion.
Huge,
considering we didn't even see Heat in the last regional. So just further pointing out just how close this region is. And by the way, Monkeys Q1 1-1 right now.
Someone tell Vatir to wake up.
Right. He wants to be the controller rookie of the year. You got to be able to beat Heat. Here goes Ivan. Double tap.
Ooh.
No. Tox is there as well, and Raziers swoops that away from him. Cassio running forward, trying to take out Catalysm, who recovers nicely and makes the save. They're not out of it just yet. Need a couple more touches. Tox got one, Ivan's got the other, and that's well done by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, with things resetting here, Evil Geniuses, just really, honestly, a solid start from them will do wonders. That last game was out of control for them, and for Tundra, it was that chaos that they loved. But that bump was crazy by Cassio. Rizek, he's going to actually carry that, wins that challenge, wins it again, but this time the ball's a little too high. Raziers gets a piece of it before he gets sent completely out of the play. Cassio trying to 50 that out in the midfield, and Tundra starting again. Here's Raziers, has the flip. Used it, almost got the double, carries it through. Rizek follow-up, but Tox comes out of nowhere. Superman saves the day. Could have been a chance there for Tundra to get on the board, but they got to start from scratch.
That's an apt description as well. I think this German Amigo squad that became Evil Geniuses, I think they'd kind of been eyeing Tox for a while as the guy to bring in. And it's just a matter of, well, they had 4 guys they really wanted, and there's only room for 3. Rizek's the odd man out. Tox is in, and he's down on the goal line right now. Not anymore as Cassio takes him out, and Ivan will swat one away only as far as Raziers. Right place, right time. Flip, reset, dancing through, and Catalysm has that one high above the crossbar.
Let's get that 50 into the corner. Tox has to be quick. Gets that over Rizek. Ivan, does he have the flip? No flip there. Raziers will take this ball. Catalysm will put on a testing one for Cassio. And Cassio will also get that 50 out on Tox, so really good control of the ball there. Tundra play it well, but getting a little shaky there as we see a whiff from Raziers. Catalysm and Tox bearing down now. Could have been a chance there. You saw Catalysm take the shot out, but it gets blocked away by Tundra. Ball still in that orange half, but Cassio will give the team some space. Yeah, say he was giving him space. He has to make a save now because Tox took that into his own hands and played it forward. Rizek will finally move this ball downfield, and Tundra with the counterattack will score. Raziers will get the first goal in Game 3.
You're just not used to seeing this shot go through. It usually gets shut down, but Tox goes deep into the net. He tries to overcorrect on his way out, and Raziers just goes right through him. And again, right at the halfway mark, a big Raziers goal has Tundra in the lead. Now it's Tox, right up to the ceiling. They got to try and get it right back, and, well, all Tox gets is a car full of Raziers. Here comes Cassio. Oh, taken away by Catalysm, and that's well done. Slowing everything down, realizing there's no need to panic, but Ivan's going to have this. And a second touch, taken away by Raziers. Another giveaway. Tundra looking for 2. And everybody at home defensively. Catalysm, the initial stop. Here we go again. Just Tundra all over Evil Geniuses, which we just saw the inverse a moment ago. It resulted in a Tundra goal. Does Catalysm have anything up his sleeve? No, not this time.
Yeah, EG has to be careful not to overextend too much on the press because Tundra, we saw that counterattack. You know they got more than one of those in. Good save out. Raziers gets the clear before Tox can actually register the shot, so it won't count for the stat line. Tundra, once again, having that field possession. And EG, ooh, look at that from Tox, taking the slow play. Wants to at least bait out somebody and sends the ball very high. And Tundra will try to play that out. It's a good cut, though. And here's Tox, lead the charge. Rizex will come up to meet him. Denies the solo play. Rizex on flip reset. Catalysm has to stretch for the save.
You worry sometimes about the defense being too slow to react when you get that close. Evil Geniuses okay this time. Oh, good touch by Raziers to disrupt Tox. And Casio just a little faster than Catalysm. Dangerous out of the corner, and Ivan plays away from Casio, which has been the real challenge for EG, keeping him away from the play. He's back on it now, deep in the zone, and plays around Ivan. Raziers coming in to help out. 40 seconds remain. Looking very similar now to game one. The goal from Raziers now the only difference, as Tundra tries to answer with a shutout of their own and take a 2-1 series lead. Casio trying to salt it away with 20, and Tox shuts him down.
Pass one, Casio the speed, but not fast enough. Ivan will get the save out. Final 15 seconds, and EG trying to move the length of the field. Tundra are going to want to shut him down every step of the way. Ball in the midfield. Casio puts it into the blue end. Tox, light touch, to no time on the clock. Have to keep this one up, and they can't. Tundra will put that on the ground, and they'll also put this series on match point.
One of 8 matches, of course, going on here in the first 3 rounds each. And Leaf, it's starting to heat up a little bit here. I'm starting to see some 2-0s, starting to see some match point scenarios for some other teams. What do we got going on here as Tundra joins the match point club?
Well, I'd say right now, Quadrant's the only team that seems to be actually delivering on their previous performance. I mean, Oxygen was closer at match point, but they do drop a series to Turbo Clappers. So Turbo Clappers, bite back a little bit. That's Hibs, Dine, and Lassa. Vitality just took a win off of Moist, and now they're up 1-0 in the next game. So Moist definitely got to get themselves in check here. Carbon Core looked like they bounced back, though. 4-0 win in their last one. And it looks like Team Liquid just put themselves on match point as well.
Congratulations, Vatira woke up.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if it keeps up, right? They just started the next one. It could fall apart again. But, that high score line is exactly what we would expect from K-Corp over a team like Heat. But kudos to Heat for getting the win in the first place. So.
All some of the lower seeded teams are still making a little bit of noise. We'll definitely keep an eye on that Vitality series as we continue on here with what could be the last game of the first round for Tundra and Evil Geniuses. Unless EG can quickly turn things around. They've been outscored 6-2 over the last 2 games. As Ivan blocked by Rizex, Casio down the side, and Catalysm realizes that. He jumps up in a hurry, trying to set up Tox, and Rizex and Raziers good enough defensively.
Backs against the wall. Even with a good start to the series, EG have struggled to put the ball in the net. And they have been doing a lot better on the defensive end. The issue, though, is they can't keep doing it because Casio will just take it and put it into his own hands just like he does here.
We're not used to seeing the strategy of just chuck the ball at the net and hope something good happens actually work. But it has worked for Tundra. And Evil Geniuses have had a few defensive lapses where you just got to scratch your head and wonder, what's going on here? They're down a goal now as Ivan spawns right underneath the ball where Catalysm was. And Tox comes up empty. Evil Geniuses just look completely out of sorts right now. And Casio there to continue the pressure for Tundra. I mean, EG just needs something to go their way because right now it feels like Murphy's Law. If it can go wrong, it will. And over the last couple of games, it has.
That is true. It doesn't seem so comfortable as, again, they look. I won't even say they look comfortable in game one. In all honesty, after they got the first goal, it was just, okay, let's sit in that. How much more of this can we deny off of this Tundra pressure? And they were able to hold on there, but afterwards, and again, my worry almost confirmed here, EG still able to struggle with getting that increasingly high scoreline. They haven't been able to keep up with just the offensive firepower Tundra's thrown at them. That one was close, but close isn't good enough. Rizex will get credit for the save.
That's amazing. To dive down on that ball and have the presence of mind to realize he's got to cover exactly that angle. Then Razier swats one away, and it just goes outside the dotted line at the end. And a big break for Evil Geniuses after they clearly must have felt like they should have tied this game. Here's Cassio with Razier's waiting. Got around Tox. Razier's coming in, and he'll score!
Another one for Razier. As Tundra looked to close out the series, he can just hit this ball from the tightest angle. And he does so again, just like he did in game 3. 2-goal lead. Tundra firing on all cylinders. As you know, I saw Rizek's tweet coming in. He stepped on the EG logo, kicked it away. They look to be kicking him away right now. As again, the scoreline might increase further. That one cleared away.
Well, Tundra have all the cards now. Up 2 goals on match point. Evil Geniuses have to kick it into high gear. Whatever their master plan is, got to be enacted right now. Raziers dances around Catalysm and around Tox. Only Ivan to beat. And that's just popped away opposite where everybody else was. And another shot coming in from Raziers that forces Ivan to make an acrobatic save. But that is not where EG wants to be right now. They need to be on this half of the field. Ivan to the corner. Got to play it himself. Catalysm around Raziers. Oh no, Raziers forced him away. And now Rizex and Cassio 2v1 against Tox. Well, if there's anybody that can make that stop, it is Tox.
Better watch out, I'm telling you. Once Tundra get on that offensive front, I mean, they lock you in. You're in their zone. And it feels like as much as EG try to fight back, they're just not fast enough. Tundra's been to the ball so quickly that EG struggle really to get reads on them. And now they got to play from behind and do something we have not seen them do so far this series. Score 3 goals.
By the way, quick update only because I just happened to notice, glancing over to my left, Vitality is up in that series now on Morris, and I'm sure Leaf will have a lot to say about that and other series.
Job for me.
As we get through to the final minute of, well, what could be the final game between Tundra and EG. Evil Geniuses they have not looked like the team that earned their spot in this main event. It has just not worked out for them. It's been I guess, a really bad style matchup against Tundra, who after that first game shutout have turned it on and have cranked up the pressure to a point that Evil Geniuses just can't keep up with. The final 30 seconds now. Raziers maybe looking for one more as he keeps possession at midfield. And there is just nothing on right now for EG in the final 15.
That is absolutely right. And if I was alone on the desk before, I'm definitely by myself now, because there's no way EG can bring this one back. This one isn't even going to be a formality. It'll just be Tundra. They dropped the first game, but they take the next 3 back-to-back as they start Swiss off right.
You can't ask for much more than that. Back-to-back shutouts to close out the series. It was not pretty at all times. It didn't have to be. Tundra literally just threw the ball at the net, and a few times it happened to sneak through. And Evil Geniuses are going to look back at this series, I think, Leaf, and think, we kind of gave them that one.
Yeah, and speaking of giving away a series, Quadrant take their 3-0. Again, as I said, I think they're the only one that looks confident. And Daz, you're right. Vatira woke up. It's 6-1 win for Carmine Corp to win their match over Heat. So definitely just, I guess they took a little nap in game 2 to give Heat that win. But right now, I do also want to mention Oxygen. They've been on match point for a couple games in a row now, and they're in a almost 3-minute overtime against Turbo Clappers. So again, these teams that we haven't even seen in the last regional are stepping up. They're creating a lot of competition for people. Even you look at Vitality over Moist, you look at BDS having some trouble against Solary as well. Real fun. But yeah, we're taking a look at that Oxygen Turbo Clappers match right now.
We also got the BDS Solary matchup going on, and well, that's the nice game 4-2. Seiko just now tying that one up, and Oxygen do end up winning. You see that goal from Oli there in OT. So good on Oxygen. They're going to be able to move forward, and now we see again. I think, like I said, I talked about this particular matchup on First Touch earlier. I think it was Calm that we brought on, who thought that, hey, this matchup between Solary and BDS might be close, and Bates had his feelings, and
it's gone.
Yep, it's not over. It's still time left on the clock stats. It's not that over just yet, but I mean, you got to be able to put a hand up against that. Oh my goodness, Monkey Moon.
You got to feel bad for Solary too, because they're the team. You go back to the Fall Open, always going to Game 5. They had overtimes galore. They had so many opportunities to get so much more out of that event. They only come away with 3 points when, with another couple different matchups, I know I'm starting to sound like Bates, another couple different matchups, maybe they actually get into the top 8 and the valuable points that come with that. Instead, they're not too far away from a team like Vitality or Heat or Turbo Clappers that are getting into a regional or the top 16 for the first time.
And I just want to mention too, Agiri just taking a win too against Team Liquid. That'll put them into their Game 5. So that's that one's going to debate, a little back and forth.
Yeah, that one was one I had my eyes on as K-Dot tying it up. Oh my goodness. We got 2 tied up games. Clock is ticking down. Are we going to see more Game 5s? That's the question.
I feel like because watching, I had all the team streams up before. I feel like for BDS though, you don't want to be this close. I mean, they're really, they had this whole documentary thing going on with interviews up in the mountains. They had extra out on a rock on top of a mountain, and they really were playing into the idea that hey, these guys world champions, like they're the best in the world. So playing that before, you want to deliver after showing that to your fans, because if you say, hey, look, we're the best, and then every team is bringing you to Game 5, you got to back it up.
That's right. You get extra on the mountain. I didn't know extra would ever go on the mountain, but he was on top of that one. And now they're playing up against Solary, and you're telling me you're letting in easy tap in goals by K-Dot, BDS. Wait, Seiko is trying to end the game. No, it'll be cleared away. Monkey Moon still with that pressure. They want to end this right now. Oh my goodness. There's a drop. Extra. No. Oh. Extra, get back on the mountain. What are you doing? You're hitting the post.
But you look at this. These are 2 teams, Moist and BDS, that I got to feel like these are way closer than they should be, right? I mean, everybody's been talking about how this Solary roster is all washed up, and K-Dop and Fairy Peak don't have it anymore. They were regarded by many as the problem with the old Vitality. Well, new Vitality didn't look so great in the Fall Open. They're looking better now, taking on Moist. But this is, I kind of feel like this is a little personal for K-Dop and Fairy Peak, reuniting and trying to show that, yeah, they still have it.
Oh yeah, this is. I mean, you talk about petty. We're on petty level 10 right now between Vitality and Solary. Like, both of those teams just want to prove that, hey, you made the wrong decision, or for Vitality's sake, they made the right decision. And Vitality, I feel like they're starting to feel a little bit better. Obviously, again, that whole thing about Vitality is the roster's on watch, because once Zen becomes of age, like, he's going to be replacing somebody, so everyone has to play good. It's just too much pressure going on. Just play Rocket League, play your games, play the season out, give it your all. And I think Vitality, they're starting to do that a little bit.
That's such a weird dynamic, too. I mean, it's almost like the Evo thing, right? Where you promise the guy a roster spot as soon as he's old enough to play. In this case, Zen, he is old enough. It's just waiting out the competitive ban. And that creates a real awkward dynamic for everybody else on the team. As you mentioned, someone is on that team knowing full well they're getting kicked in February as this goes through the air. And I wonder if Vitality can keep enough points in this fall split to keep themselves in the mix by the time they bring Zen on.
Well, yeah, obviously there's that whole thing, and we'll just have to see how that looks as time progresses. But another thing is, oh my God, that was so close. Who was that? Was that Fairy Peak? He almost ended the game. Meanwhile, Alpha, he's trying to end the series. Oh, that misses. Can we talk about this a little bit? Moist are down to Vitality in this series. Moist are trying to force a game 5. I like how these overtimes are so close together too as well. But Moist are down after their performance. This is just unbelievable. Again, they lost Vatira, so they're trying to again prove that okay, we even though Vatira was so great, we got Astro now. This should be we should be able to do just as well. And it hasn't necessarily translated 1-to-1 just yet. It hasn't been too equal. This is not the start you want to see, and they end up dropping the series. Alpha 54 scores on their head top.
Oh my goodness. Well, put the Twitter fingers down and get back into the lab. Moist dropped the first match to Vitality. And maybe it's time for the Team Vitality resurgence that everybody's been waiting for since the start of the fall split.
I mean, obviously it's not done. We're still in Swiss and they still have the rest of the day to go through. They could win their next 3 in a row. But yeah, that's all. For Moist, it's huge. I mean, this is a team that people look to be one of the best in the region. And I think it's just further cementing the idea that there are no certains in Europe right now. Except maybe Oxygen, K-Corp, and Quadrant. Those are the only ones that have, in my opinion, been consistent at this point. You even look at BDS now, a team that you think should be dominating the region as world champs, and they're not. But we do pull up the Agiri match.
Liquid about to lose? Oh, they just scored.
Oh. Yeah, speaking of teams that worry about things a little bit too much, what a clutch play, though. Oski with the way cleared. Anyway, this Liquid team, they're so fun to watch, and so is Algeria. I mean, this is, if we weren't doing Tundra Evil Geniuses as a feature match in round 1, this would have been, I think, a very close second, because I think they're 2 of the more exciting young rosters out there.
Oh, yeah, I agree on that one. Also now seeing Liquid overlay, I realized, I think the last stream we had up for the Vitality and most Vitality and BDS have the same overlay. That just kind of I realized that, which is kind of funny. But yeah, that one looks like it's set to OT. Meanwhile, the BDS Solary matchup is still an OT. They're about to hit the 5-minute mark. What is going on?
Somebody do something. Get a demo.
Monkey
Channel your intercom.
Oh, wait, hold on. Nope, Seiko got bumped there. Yeah, that's going to be clear. That's a weird touch, though, from Fairy. Oh, wait, hold up. Drop down. Shaw set. No, he's going to leave. He got that mid boost. And Chronic ends up winning in that overtime, so Liquid do stay alive in that game 5. But of course, they got to stress out. What the heck was that?
EU Rocket League.
I know Stumpy.
A Mickey Mouse kickoff goal. That's what that was.
All right. This is the last series here, Leaf.
Yeah, BDS could end our round 1 if they get a goal. Solary could make us wait longer. All the other teams will be watching this one.
There you go. There you go.
There it is.
Extra. It took you 5 minutes, but you're back on top of the mountain. You had to climb up. You forgot your gear. But guess what? You found it. You end up sniping from Solary, and they end up taking out. So, whew. Round 1 was...
Rocket League's presence dancing around Rocket League's past right there at midfield to end that finally.
Yeah, I mean... watching these series, man, again, there are no givens at this point. Sure, BDS wins that out, but the fact all these matches are close. Moist lost theirs to Vitality. You have some of these teams like Heat that weren't showing up in the last regional show up now, take little bites of these top teams. So I'm excited to see how the next round goes. We got to get all that sorted out and figure out what our next matches are going to be. So we're going to go to a quick break, but please don't go anywhere. We do have the European Fall Cup continuing on the other side.
The balance in the region is really high. I think we never see that in Rocket League. Every match, it's really close. Every mistake count. It's good for Rocket League. People don't stop working and grinding, so I think it's cool for everyone.
For his third, but he goes for the pass, just that rips it on target, and Solary come back into the game, finally on the board.
Our rivals right now, I think it's Vitality, because they're close to us by point, and we got a story together. So I think Vitality and almost every team friends, to be honest.
Now Barry sends it over to Chaussette, back to Barry, but Barry doesn't need it. Chaussette tying the game.
Last regional was very frustrating for us, I think, because we play decent, I think. Versus K-Corp, it was really close. We take goal game 5 at 0 seconds. A lot of positive about it, but I think we could do more better.
Solary looking for the game time goal and paid off. Sends it to the sky and plummets to the ground.
The team spirit right now is really good. I think we work hard and we grind a lot in ranked scrim. So I think we need to keep up, learn from our mistake, and it will be good.
Vicious against Caleb Ewing, and he's got it.
My prediction for the 5 team who is going to go to Rotterdam is K-Corp, Moist, BDS, Oxygen, and us, of course.
I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, 'cause I gotta get to you. I would climb 1,000 mountains, swim across the darkest ocean. 'Cause I'm trying to get to you. Yeah, I'm trying to get to you. I wanna get to you, 'cause I gotta.
Europe has delivered some fun and exciting matchups so far in round one of day one of our Fall Cup here in the European region. Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. I'm Leaf, Stacks, and Daz joining me again for another round of Swiss as we continue on to round two. Stacks, as I said, good, interesting first start up here. A lot of close matchups. We only had 1-3-0, and that was Quadrant over Go. So good showing from Europe so far.
Yeah, exactly what we expected. That first round was going to be very chaotic, and as you see there's probably one team that kind of stands out from all the rest that you see in the upper half of the Swiss. That team being Vitality, and it doesn't get any easier for them because, well, now they go up against a team that's done all right for themselves in the fall split so far in Oxygen.
Let's look at these matchups here. A reminder that we're only going to hone in and watch one of these matchups across the board. We have a bunch of team streams going on. Make sure you go watch your favorite team, support them in the chat, and cheer them on across social media. But if you do just want to kind of focus in on one, we'll have one here. But for now, Daz, Stacks was talking about that matchup, and I actually feel like Vitality, based off what I was seeing, could potentially win that one over Oxygen, the previous regional winners.
Oh yeah, the way Vitality are looking, it's about, okay, how far can you go now that you've shown up and provided this upset? Will be very interesting to see their run as the day continues on. But I mean, the closeness of all of the matchups also, I mean, you can kind of again see that depth overall in Europe. I'd say that top half though, those top four matches are going to be very exciting to watch.
You say across the board, a lot of exciting matchups, but let's talk about the one that's going to be on this stream right here. If you're tuning in, you're going to be catching Team Liquid versus Quadrant coming up next. We just saw TL come off a Game 5 win against Algiri, another fantastic team, so you can't really fault them for going to a Game 5. But Quadrant, again, Dazarin coming in, showing people what's up. They're saying, hey, we're going to deliver. We're going to get the win how we're supposed to in a 3-0.
Yeah, this team, I mean, the offensive firepower, there's so much on it. A lot of people were kind of being a little doubtful on, I'd say, relating Wave, so to speak, just kind of calling him whether or not he's rated or not. I mean, even some people were talking about Cash as well, saying that I don't know why Cash would be top 5, top 4 EU as an individual player. So, but Quadrant finishing in top 4 in that last event, I mean, it feels like they almost have all the pieces together. They could have been so close to making that grand final, going up against a Team Liquid on the other side, who I think are trying to expand off of that previous success we saw towards the end of last season.
Well, let's see what chat's going to think on this one. We had a pretty close vote on the last one, but hashtag quad or hashtag TL in chat to vote for the team you think is going to win this one. We'll see if it's close as well, or if people are confident that Quadrant's going to carry that momentum through, or if TL's Game 5 warm-ups here are going to give them that edge in the next matchup. I want to start. I'm going to put my faith down in Quadrant right now. Obviously, I do think that TL had a bit of a harder matchup in that first round, but I don't know. I think I've seen momentum for Quadrant. You talk about the offensive firepower there. I think they'll keep that. Stacks, what do you think?
Yeah, I got Quadrant as well. I think that there is a ton of firepower there, and Cash has the ability to take over a series by himself. He might well do it here.
Daz, where are you going to sit on this? Are you going to be alone again?
I'll go Quadrant. I won't go alone this time, but I'm telling you, I almost went Liquid. I thought about it for a second. Maybe it was because Stacks picked Quadrant beforehand. I don't know. That'd be like Liquid definitely, I think, can make this a close series here. I will give the edge to Quadrant, though, because Quadrant just seemed like they've come out of the gate swinging, and they also ended up having a really good first-round matchup of the day. To me, Swiss is really about how both teams look on the day, and that's why I'm a little it's tough for me to choose here, because Liquid, they got more reps. They played a Game 5 situation, even though it was against Agiri. But Quadrant, though, with the sweep, are just showing, like, hey, we came here to play as well.
Chat, are you going 50-50 on this one? Daz seems to be stuck down the middle here. Yeah. Oh my God. Wow. You guys are very indecisive today. Maybe it just means we're going to get some more good matchups. I mean, I think Daz thinks so too. You think this
a lot
Game
of good
5,
Rocket League, man? It's a lot of good Rocket League. No. That's
okay.
what I think Quadrant take it in for. I'll give him 4.
Okay.
Well, here we go. Liquid and Quadrant. A lot of momentum at stake here, trying to get to 2-0 in the Swiss. We are underway. We saw talks in the first round with Evil Geniuses. Now we see one of his former teammates, Ixo. See if he fares any better, as this goes right back out to the wing. Good clearance out of Quadrant on the first effort into the zone from Team Liquid. Oski knocked around back towards the goal, and Cash going for Ixo, and Oski recognized that so quickly. But there's Cash coming through the middle. Quick reactions and a 1-0 lead.
Look at Cash, just a great pass, follow up here, solid. He gets up quick, even though that dominance he's driving looks real heavy. It puts a lot of power behind that shot. I'll give it to him. First goal of the series for Cash.
He's not wearing one of those heavy decals, so it's fine. Here goes Cash again. Boy, he's looking real light as he goes through. 2 quick goals for Cash.
He's flying like that Phoenix goal explosion. You see him in the air. Oski gives him a little nudge, and Cash says, oh, no one's in the net? Sure, I'll take that every day. Back to back for Cash.
So Liquid falling behind by a couple goals very early on. A Chronic a little wide. Atto is there. Now Oski stuck by Relating Wave. Now Cash. Let that one get away from him, but he's still forward and could be dangerous. That's a great job by a Chronic. Solo effort to get through, and Cash, excellent recovery. Back out in front. It's a loose ball that eventually somehow Relating Wave comes away with. Atto is up with a Chronic. Waterfall down, and Cash clears away. Follow up from Oski. He's lining up a double, and Relating Wave make sure it doesn't get there.
Good deny on that one. Shot. Oh, looking for that top right corner. Unable to find it. Atao looking again for the same spot, but that one again hits the woodwork. A Chronic can't read that. Oski, though, a lot of time and a lot of patience will send that into the air. Liquid looking to get that press forward, but he's mine. Thank you. He picks the pockets of Team Liquid.
Liquid thinks they have a bunch of time, and then Ixo, yoink, see ya. 3-0. Less than 90 seconds gone by as Quadrant continues to press their advantage. And we wondered if Liquid would maybe be warmed up after going the distance with Algeri. Not so much.
Can't let Ixo do that to you. I mean, he literally just removed the Chronic from the place.
Gave another away.
Oh, you saw the fake there. Cash slowed it down right as he got into the box. And he tried to pull out Liquid, get him jumping. This Quadrant squad is looking confident at the start here, Stacks.
Well, Ixo's got Cash in the midfield, but this goes away from everybody. Out of the corner, Cash got to react. Gave it right to a Chronic, and Ixo couldn't bail him out as Oski comes in. Liquid gets one on the board.
Oski said, I am not going to let you do my man like that. This time I'm taking it for you. Look at that. Great read. Solid dunk on the play. And it's a 2-goal difference, though. Lots of goals, though, being scored here in the first game. We'll see if Liquid can start really getting it pumped on the offensive end.
See the overhead shot from our observer, Ben. Best wishes to Crasher, who's out a little under the weather. We hope you have a speedy recovery, but
Yes.
it was us and Ben, we go back a little ways to the old RLCSX days. One of the better observers out there that you might not know about, but you're about to. As a Chronic shot sent away by Ixo, and Relating Wave with the clear. Great defensive effort out of Quadrant, but they're letting Liquid get a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, look at this pass. Oski, good shot, but a better save from Relating Wave. Way to get up there. And Liquid now starting to get that comfort of their own. Again, these individual plays in the air have looked really good for them. That being said, they still got to get successful. Good shot. Follow-up is off, and Chronic can't get to the ball. Cash, no, he got caught up by a Tau who tries to take the ball from himself, and there's a little bit of a battle in the midfield. Liquid seem to be winning it. Cash, see you later. This one goes to Chronic. It's a low and slow ball, slow enough for Ixo to get to it.
Oh, Ixo trying to get into the play again. That goes around the relating wave, but no panic. Cash had called him off. And relating wave will clear that away, but I think he saw Ato coming through at the corner of his eye and might have sweat a little bit. Here's Ato, that's gonna be wide. Follow up, can't force through Ixo. And relating wave, another big powerful clearance downfield. Ixo's got one lined up, open net, open season, 4-1.
You can't give Ixo a shot like that. He's gonna hit it every time. That double commit cost so much there for Team Liquid, who kind of seem to be rallying. But then they give that one up, and now the 3-goal deficit returns. 4 goals on the side of Quadrant, though. They've been an offensive powerhouse in game 1.
Oh, Oski's gone through. He got a piece of cash there. Ato shot. Oh, what a save by relating wave. Had to stretch with a reflex save, and it's still a 3-goal lead as Liquid stifled off the kickoff. Now Ixo dump it back into the corner and make that task even more difficult for Liquid if they want to come back and erase this massive deficit. Ato up the ladder out of the corner, and it's one more touch needed. He's got it, and a Chronic not on the same page. The timing just not there for Liquid.
Yeah, a Chronic is like playing the miss, but also doesn't expect the miss at the same time. We'll have to end up, again, just leaving that play, and now you see Liquid try to start again. Can they at least find a little bit more success before the clock hits 0? Because I doubt there's enough time. The way this Quadrant team is playing, they are not giving up 3 goals at 30. They'll give up that one, though. Hold on. Maybe I spoke too soon. A towel to the top left.
Just not a very well-advised ball coming through the middle. Relating wave thinks he can follow this, but he pushed it a little too far. Ato's there, 33 seconds. We've seen some goofy things on the kickoff. Heck, we saw how Game 5 ended between Liquid and Algiri. 25 on the clock. Ixo tracking. Ato up ahead. Oski's there.
Wait.
Oh, he couldn't get it to go. And a Chronic not there in time. Missed opportunity there for Liquid that would have got him within 1. And now it's all to battle stations. Got to scramble to just throw something at the net and hope it sticks. Kind of like Tundra did against EG, but they're going the wrong way, and they're going to run out of time. Quadrant, let it get interesting at the end, but they still hold on for a 2-goal dub.
Well done, though, from Quadrant. I mean, Liquid, whoo. Like I said, there was a part of me that thought I spoke too soon. If that drive that we saw at the end of that game goes in, I think Liquid could have potentially rallied and brought the game back. That being said, though, they were unsuccessful. Quadrant's defense held up. Ixo had 5 saves that game, 4 goals, 2 from Ixo had 100% goal participation as well, or with 2 goals and 2 assists. I mean, just this Quadrant team is just so crazy, Leaf.
Yeah, no, I mean, they started off with some crazy. You talked about the firepower before going into that, and they started off super strong. A little bit of bite back. I mean, like you like to see Team Liquid keep things competitive, so it is nice they got some fight back in them there. Across the board, though, kind of the same story from round 1. We're having a lot of close series. I mean, we do have Moist winning their first one, but it was only 1 goal. 1 goal difference against Turbo Clappers. They're now down in their next match. BDS do get their win, but again, only a 1-goal win against Tundra. So a lot of close matchups. And K-Corp G1, the one that, you know, a lot of people probably have their eyes on, that's tied in game 1-1-1 right now, as expected. So close games still across the board.
The depth of each region just continues to grow with every single event and matchups that, if you're the casual fan and you see big names on one side and not so much on the other, you think, okay, it's going to be a 3-0. It's going to be real easy. It might be a 3-0 in the end, but that 3-0 will not tell the whole story as these teams are coming to play. And Cash is here to play as well. We talked about his potential to take over a game. How about take over a series? He's the leading scorer now with his 3rd, courtesy of Ixo.
I was gonna say, yeah, you good credence there to Ixo. Instead of just throwing a shot right back on her, he just light touch out. I know Cash is gonna be there to clean it up, and Cash is there. I must say, I like the dominance a lot more than I saw in the first game, even though this isn't Fashion League, this is RLCS. He still looks good when he scores that one.
He'll look good in any car. Here's Ixo for relating wave. Hot shot, main. Let's go. Where's Kala?
Nope.
Hater.
Not a chance.
Ixo full tank of boost as he goes all the way across. And relating wave trying to hit Ixo downfield. Again, the team cohesiveness on this Quadrant side is so great over the now first event and fraction of an event here in the fall split. They look like a team. When we talk about a team being greater than the sum of their parts, I think this is exactly the team we're looking at. Because individually, you kind of look at them and go, all right, I mean, you know, they're not exactly Monkey Moon or Vatira out there. But together, there might not be many units that are better, as Ixo rolled one right at a Chronic. And then got the demo.
It does end up getting a demo, trying to slow things down here a little bit. Ixo a little too late, but Ixo's been all over the play, and you're right. When you see the individual names, there's a lot of talk about them as players, but when you see them on paper in a head-to-head matchup, I mean, some teams, I mean, we saw that chat vote. It was barely in favor of Team Liquid by 1% because of that. You know the players on Liquid, you know that ability. Even though you know the players here on Quadrant, you don't necessarily, you don't understand off first glance maybe unless you're someone who's been looking at the game for a long time, like how that would work. So now you get to see it though here on the field, and it looks beautiful.
At a time where people are constantly waiting for roster news as well, and the rumors starting to swirl about this team being signed by Quadrant. Here goes Eto, trying to spoil their moment here. Oski for a Chronic. He still got a piece and Cash out oh so quickly. And Quadrant had one of the cooler roster announcements coming out of this offseason as Ixo threw one across and a Chronic there to shut the door. Can Cash catch up to this? He won't. And Eto catches him napping. Team Liquid tie up game 2.
You're absolutely right on that one. Atal just a strong, clear downfield Cash. Not expecting that to get through at all. And honestly, the fact that no one's back just shows you Quadrant were just playing so far forward, had a lot of faith in each other, and good on Atal to be able to kind of pick that apart.
Trying to throw another downfield, and this time Ixo's up for it. But here comes Liquid. Oski indirect for himself. A Chronic is waiting. He'll dash into the corner. Now it's Eto who comes up completely empty, and Cash can break out with the teammate downfield. He's got relating Wave who took out a Chronic, and Wave's gonna have to scramble out of the Liquid net to get back to the Quadrant net to help out Cash, who's back there. And he does slow down Eto good enough as Quadrant weathers the storm.
So now they are able to kind of break things out in open space, even though for Liquid, it just still doesn't feel too comfortable for them. Only a couple shots and 4 saves as it's just been Quadrant kind of swarming their in, looking for a breakout. Atal, though, might have a chance here, tries to drop it, was looking for that double flip reset, couldn't get it. And Ixo will push this into space here. Can Quadrant rally back as Cash not able to make contact. Wave a little too slow. Oski to Atal. Oski demoed on the play. Relating Wave kind of chasing things down as he's on his way back. Will get that 50 on a Chronic, was looking for a demo. Oski shot! 4 down and in! Team Liquid take the lead.
Yeah, this is a great sequence. Just kind of jam everybody up to the corner, and they catch Quadrant. Maybe a little bit of ball watching, hovering towards the ball a little too much. Finally get it out into space, and Oski puts it away. One of those shots that sometimes it goes bar down and away, not this time. So Liquid in front. Can they hold this lead, or does Quadrant have a quick response brewing? Relating Wave takes out a Chronic, but not before Chronic got the pass away, and Liquid maintains possession as we tick down inside the final minute soon. Ixo ahead for Cash. Here comes Quadrant. One more touch needed. Got it out there, but Ixo did not make the read. And back out it goes, where Quadrant might have had a chance to sneak one through.
Light touch. Uh-oh, hold on. Ixo with the ball, has Cash on the wing. Cash not able to get up to that one. The relating wave will let Oski have it. Big miss here, and Chronic has the double drop down, but Cash is able to get the save out, as it was just a little bit off target there for Chronic. Still more pressure as Team Liquid, they got the lead. They want to hold on to it, and they want to run out the clock. They're trying to do it with these solo plays.
Oh, Atto held it for as long as he could. Down to 15 seconds. Oski can't finish the job. Ixo out to Atto with 10 seconds left. Oski's there. Chronic just able to get a touch there with Relating Wave bearing down on him. Pass in front. Ixo and Cash try to connect again. Relating Wave will try and keep it in the air. He can't, and that'll do it. Team Liquid tie the series with a chaotic sequence in the final few seconds.
Well done there for Liquid. We got a series on our hands, perhaps. This was a great bounce back from Team Liquid. Leaf, has any other teams been able to bounce back yet?
Well, yeah, talking about a series on hand, I just want to let you guys know there's a couple of overtimes going on right now. K-Corp G1 in game one, going into about 4.5 minutes overtime right now. So that's it just ended now. G1 just scored. But yeah,
there you go.
Great series. And then Oxygen seems to love their overtimes today. They're in game two. They took game one against Vitality, but they're in overtime 3 minutes right now against Vitality. So Vitality, looking strong. And BDS starting to get control, maybe. They're up 2-0 in the series, but they're losing 1-0 right now against Tundra. So, sort of. And Moist did finally step up and got a 5-2 win, I believe, in their game against Turbo Clapper. So they're up on match point now. So maybe we're seeing those top teams start to find their footing. But there are some pretty close games still.
Well. At least they can beat Turbo Clappers. All right. First few seconds going to be really telling here, I think, Daz, to see if Quadrant can regain from what felt like they were, I don't want to say outplayed necessarily by Team Liquid, but it certainly felt like Team Liquid held a lot of possession coming down the stretch of that last game, and they were able to slowly but surely take control of the game, and that continues. They could take control of the series here in round two.
Yeah, that possession in the air is, I think the most important thing, and you're seeing Liquid take that air and show their creativity while also showing that prowess of being able to pull out defenders from Quadrant, because that's exactly what they did. They would usually have somebody take that charge, take the lead, pull out some defenders with a play that's on target that is really mechanical, and then Liquid would then follow up with either a follow-up shot or another play, because again, they want to break down that entire defense from Quadrant. So going to be up to Quadrant, though, to see if they can make adjustments as game three is underway. First minute's gone by so far. It's been pretty quiet. No one has been able to get on the board.
Leaf has been mentioning the scoring updates from other series. Of course, those all on their respective team streams, and quite a bit of talent to be found all over those team streams. You got the very talented Tylacto over on the Quadrant side for this series, and then you've got, kind of a disappointing Liquid broadcast. You got Cole and Stumpy if you're into that, as Ixo will clear one as far down as Cash. And out of the corner, it's Atto. Just cool-handed at the back, as you'd expect.
He's been doing a solid job, at least trying to slow things down. The Quadrant are on those offensive presses. Tao has been pretty good, though, also in the front. As you see, look, great light touch to Chronic. He was looking for the top right. Great shot, but Relating Wave, who... that's not his first good read we've seen this series. He's been making a couple of those over the course of this game.
Well, that goes right to Atto. Things have really slowed down here. It's a much more methodical pace for both sides here in game three. I think Quadrant being extra careful not to overcommit after the second goal they gave up. Ultimately, the game winner in game two, where they kind of got caught forward. Relating Wave lets one go to the top right, and it's Liquid that can't react in time.
And look at this.
Did Ixo get Atto? I think he did.
He did. He got a little bit of bump. But, you gave Wave that lane. And sometimes you either ride the wave or you get swept up by it. That time, Relating Wave able to get on the board. And a pretty good time in game here. Quadrant really needed a good start, and they got it.
Cash with the demolition off that kickoff. That stopped a Chronic from coming up and maybe equalizing immediately. Ixo could get to this. He does, but a Chronic is there. And more importantly, kept that close to the vest so he and Oski can try and work out of the zone. But there's Cash to meet him. Relating wave, trying to do maybe a little too much. And Cash unable to convert on the tight angle.
Solid though. The shot was really good. But they still maintain that lead. I think looking at Team Liquid, you see them be able to put on these good presses like we're seeing now, but when the ball starts to transition to the other side, sometimes they're a little hesitant. And that's been a big cause of some of, the opportunities we've seen Quadrant get. That being said, Quadrant have to do a better job putting those on target because they have been off on some drives that Liquid have kind of given them free lanes to the net to.
Relating waves goal, the lone difference so far in game 3. But if you're Liquid, your eyes have to be on Ixo as he rotates back, looking for a corner boost that's not going to be there for him. And Chronic does a good job challenging against him. Atto, second, third touch, fourth on the way. And it's Cash with the save out of front. And here goes Ixo. And a Chronic again doing a good job keeping him away from the ball. And again, that's got to be the key because Ixo is just on a different level today. This is an open ball and Cash will convert. Liquid decided that was the time to throw the house, and a Chronic couldn't get back in time.
Very fast. They sent the house, came up empty, and the Chronic can only watch as Cash has his red all day long. You can, even though, you give him a little bit of credit. Final minute, they're trying to get something going here. They want to be able to also end the game in regulation. That's not happening at all.
And Cash almost putting this one out of reach for good, but there's still life for Liquid as Ixo throws one up there. Talking about Ixo a moment ago, he had 7 goals in the opening round. He's added a couple and make it a third. No, it's Cash who will score here. Ixo taken out of the play, even though it looked like he was bullying a Chronic in the net. Doesn't matter, Cash will score. And Quadrant have surely put this one out of reach.
Yeah, I think Chronic saw, again, that Ixo kind of harassed, and Cash just had a free lane. And it was a solid flick using that dominance as well. Not necessarily too easy to do unless you've got a lot of practice. So that ends up going out. And yeah, it's going to be another one.
Well, sometimes you reach a point where you go next. And unfortunately for Liquid, Quadrant's not ready to go next. They're ready to go now and go often.
That's true. 4-0 as they seem to have woken up. They're looking to put this series on match point. 20 seconds in regulation. And wow, for Liquid to be able to come out of that last game, you'd think they would have at least been a little bit more competitive here. Not to say that they've dropped off, but I am going to look again at these numbers after the game. It does seem to be heavily in favor of Quadrant as Liquid now backs against the wall in round 2. Quadrant looking to close things out, go to that round 3 smooth sailing.
It's not the worst thing in the world when you get blown out at the end like that, though, because you kind of maybe use that last 30 seconds as almost like a pseudo timeout, if that's your style. And so that game getting out of reach, not really a death sentence at all here for Team Liquid. They've still got life in this series, and we know they can score in bunches when they get going. So the Cardiac Kids are going to have their work cut out for them against Quadrant. We bring Leaf back in for some updates through the rest of a very interesting second round.
It certainly is. I mean, Daz was asking me before if we're seeing some teams bounce back, and it looked like BDS and Moist might until they both gave up their sweeps away. So Tundra took game 3 against BDS, and then Turbo Clappers took game 3 against Moist. So those series are still going on. E.g. Solary, they're in game 3. They're tied up 1-1. Oxygen Vitality, they're tied up 1-1 in their series. But you got to say, Heat, the team that took a game off K Court before, they're actually up in this series against Monkeys right now, 2-1. So Monkeys, I would have thought they'd be the strongest team in that matchup. But yeah, Heat, watch out for that team. I guess they're starting to take little nibbles at some of those favorites. But yeah, you're right.
You know what Heat has that Monkeys don't, Leaf?
What's that?
French players. They're the buff in EU, of course.
Well, there's your answer.
I think Heat's going to be a very exciting team to watch as the season rolls on as well. course, you wonder if some of these teams stick together in between splits. I think there's kind of been an emphasis put on keeping teams together with the total RLCS points determining who gets into these invitationals at each split. That's another topic for another time, though, as we're underway in Game 4, all business now, between Quadrant and Liquid, a game that Liquid must win, and that's not a good start with Chronic and I think Oski running into each other, but they still keep the play going forward. And finally, Relating Wave will put it to an end.
Seeing the way Team Liquid have kind of opened up, you know what they have to do offensive-wise in order to kind of break past Quadrant. But the thing is, will Quadrant allow that? The way Quadrant have been moving, it just seems like they enjoy just being on that kind of steamroll. I mean, Cash is a very kind of momentum player, though. If he starts getting going, he can do a lot, and he was real uncomfortable in the box there. So Liquid will take full advantage of it and get the first goal.
Yeah, Cash has so much going on in that net. He's got a Chronic all over him, trying to interfere with him in the net, trying to avoid him and get in position to get a clear. Can't even think about Atto coming in. You can certainly see him now. Flip reset, and Cash is there to stop him.
I mean, they took full advantage of that, and I'm sure they'll want to look to kind of keep up that little pace of play on Cash because they can shut down Cash. It does give them a lot more safety on the defensive end, and also maybe even lead to some offensive opportunities. Look what they're going to see what they can exploit here. As a towel, that's a good shot. Cash in the net, able to get that save out. That'll be his second. And he's been able to get some really good back-to-back stops here. Even put on a shot in transition.
Relating Wave trying to chase down Oski. Instead, he'll have to settle for the consolation prize of that corner boost. But on the other side, a toe shot is deflected by Cash. A Savior medal falling into his own net. Less than 2 minutes into the game, already down by a goal. Team Liquid, that sense of urgency is there, trying to force another Game 5 and come back from the ashes. It is Relating Wave having that deflect off him, and Cash will outlet to Wave. One-on-one with Atto. Ixo coming in, doesn't need him. Relating Wave like a battering ram.
Oh, he's absolutely like a batter ram. Look at this. Picks it up. Doesn't even get a touch. He says, Atto, move out the way, please. Bullies him in the net. Good lane, good equalizer. Relating Wave showing his stuff.
Easily the most underrated member of this Quadrant roster, but maybe one of the most confident players in all of Europe. Ixo, power over Oski, and Chronic's got to cycle around. And the man advantage for Liquid allows them to clear at least towards midfield, but not out of the zone just yet. Atto ahead of Relating Wave. Oski ahead. Ixo right there in his way. He won't get that corner boost. Cash had to take it away from him, and he's right there to play that pinch from Atto.
So, wanted to move that one a little forward. Here's Oski on the ball. Towel flick, but not past Ixo. Cash trying to pick the pockets, and he catches him sleeping. Cash giving Quadrant the lead.
I'm going to guarantee you Liquid is thinking as soon as I think Oski looks back and sees Cash is there, like, I guess he's just there, and it's in my net. 2-1 with 2:06 to go. Dropping the hammer now on Liquid, trying to put him away in Game 4. It's Oski to the corner. A Chronic's there, and so too is Cash. Nothing doing for Liquid.
Another pass. Attack. Trying to get there, and Ixo will pick up his Savior medal. That'll be the 7th save for Quadrant this game. As that ball plays out. See Relating Wave trying to see if he can get another, and Atto says no, not a chance. Team Liquid backs against the wall in this series, and they are going to keep fighting until this game is out of reach. It is still very much in reach, though. 1:30 left. 1 goal deficit is so fragile between these two teams.
And no lead is safe, as we've learned here in the fall split. Oski right there, so too is Atto. They got to separate just a little bit. Oski downfield, couldn't dance around Cash. Now Oski needs one more. He needs help, though, and Atto is going to be a little bit wide. Now a Chronic with a minute to go. Liquid threatening. And still Sent all the way around. Another shot in from Otto. That one deflected by Relating Wave. He's got a savior medal. Again, who hasn't got a savior medal on this Quadrant side at some point in this series? A toe shot blocked away. And finally, well, I thought Ixo was going to have the clear. Relating Wave does. But it's not looking great defensively right now for Quadrant. Almost a matter of when, not if, Liquid will tie the game.
Oh, but if Cash keeps putting on shots like that, maybe they can run out the clock. 30 seconds left. Chronic. Nice solid touch, has Oski in the middle. Oski, that gets past him a little bit, has to retreat, and there goes Cash, waiting to hop up on it. Pinch out, off the backboard for free. Ixo to end it, no, denied from Metal. Still a chance here, Quadrant keeping it in the zone. Chronic gets it out in space, but it gets crashed by Cash. Oski in the corner, trying to get some semblance of control. There is no control. There is no hope. There is nothing left in round 2 for Team Liquid as Quadrant seal it with this goal.
Their hopes have dried up with 1 second remaining. Quadrant puts it away, and a 2-0 record for Quadrant. They do finally drop a game after going 3-0 in round 1. But Ixo's reign of terror continues. Now 10 goals in the first couple of rounds, only 7 games in. Quadrant look like they're ready for another top 8, but they've still got 1 giant step to go. As we bring Leaf back in and we look at the numbers as Quadrant punch their ticket to the 2-0 bracket. Liquid drops to 1-1, and a whole bunch of other teams about to finish their matches.
Yeah, BDS already finished theirs. They do get their win 3-1 over Tundra. Agiri just fought off a 3-0 sweep from Go. They will grab themselves a win. And you do have Moist actually going into a game 5. So, yeah, they're having a rough day. They're having a bit of a rough day. But we're going to watch this Vitality Oxygen matchup right now because Vitality is potentially about to win.
What is going on over there with Vitality?
Vitality's back.
Last week.
Vitality and NRG are literally on the same story arc, Daz.
Oh, I mean, I'm happy to see it. Oh, is he in that double? Oh my goodness. Look at this, 35 seconds left. And Vitality are gonna go to the 2-0 round. I feel like, can Oxygen come back? I don't know if they can come back. I think this one's done. I'm calling it right now. It's over.
Oh, we've heard people do that before. Daz.
I'm with Daz. I'm with Daz.
But you know the difference.
I'm backing
the
him up.
difference is they don't know ball stacks.
Okay.
Ball.
Okay.
5 seconds. Yeah, that's.
I remember your picks last week.
What do you mean by that?
Just go back and watch the tape. Hey, how about this Moist and Turbo Clappers matchup? This would be a fall from grace for Moist, right? If they drop this one.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I also want to shout out Monkeys did lose their series against Heat 3-1. They lost.
Shout out for losing.
Wait,
Yeah.
what? Wait,
Yeah.
did Astro just miss an open net? Oh no, I think Astro had an open, and I think he missed it, and I'm not happy about it.
If anybody ever wants to doubt whether or not Vatira was the most valuable player in Europe last season, look, I've got Exhibit A for you, right on the left.
And on the right, you got Exhibit B for a completely different point. It's Evil Geniuses and Solary.
Objection, relevance?
Sustained.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Evil Geniuses, though, they're bouncing back, and that's good to see. I mean, I worried about them after the way they lost, and oh my gosh.
Check the left side of the screen.
Yeah. Oh my. Open backboard, open net, open the casket.
I'll say that. They're dying. They're not dead. Touch out.
Need a res real quick.
You gotta see how this drive works. Okay, there's still plenty of time here.
I want to mention as well, we're not watching on broadcast because they're still in game 4, Carmine Corp G1. K Corp on match point, it's 2-1, but G1 is up 1-0 in this game. So potential game 5 that we'll tune into if it gets to that.
That'll be really interesting. I'm curious to see how that one kind of develops here. But I'm also 20 seconds left, 1 goal game. Moist need a drive. Otherwise, they go to round 3 low.
By the way, shout out to everybody that puts these overlays together for these teams, and they clearly show the series score, knowing that they might be in these like 2 boxes where it's going to be a little more condensed. It might be tougher to see. Love it. Oh,
wait.
do we have one?
We got
Hey!
No way! Oh my God! I saw Joyo with this on the hood, and look, Diane was throwing it. He said Joyo took Diane for a spin, and then Blake High ends up getting the follow-up as well. Oh my God, that was so well done. Holy, we got the game 5 overtime between Moist and Turbo Clappers to see if Moist can finally wake up.
That's the kind of thing that sinks a team like Turbo Clappers too. I mean, we see a team come up and really give a run at the big dogs, but then that huge momentum swing when you get oh so close. Oh, nope, just a little wide. I wonder if they can recover from that 0-second goal by Joyo.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be the big test there of this roster. But also for Moist, it hasn't, for even from what little we've seen here, it doesn't seem like it's like a real clean game from them either. And EG Solary is also headed into overtime. I say that and the ball is still up. And EG could end the series here, but it seems like they're playing it safe. Oh, Joyo.
Uh-oh. Got to get a hand up. More importantly, clear that away, too. Just one mistake. Going to be the difference between being 1-1 and 0-2 for those teams on the left.
Jeez. That's for both of these teams playing, too. Or
yeah, that's true.
On either side of the screen. Solar could go down to 0-3. And Vitality, I'm sure they would love that. Meanwhile, Moist, Rise will get that OT goal. Hold on. They get that one in, and it does look like they will indeed be hitting up the mid-matches in round 3.
Look at that. 1-1. They're fine. Nothing's wrong with Moist at all. It's all simulated danger.
I do wonder how they fare for the rest of the Swiss, just kind of knowing their matchups and knowing how close their matches have been. I mean, the Vitality seem like they're like on a different level though today. So if anything, it's kind of refreshing to see from Vitality, but it also doesn't make the Moist matchup feel too bad in that particular aspect. As Fatira, he just missed one too. He almost had it for free. He would have been able to end the series there for K-Corp. But G1 still hanging on.
Just to let you guys know, 0 seconds, 1-1. They're keeping it up with K-Corp and G1.
Yep.
As you can see there, yeah. There, it's on screen now. It's I actually had a window covering that half of the screen. So
This is so interesting now.
I mean, how many gut punches can Solary take? Like, if they drop this game, so there's another close one that they drop in overtime where they've certainly had their chances. They go to 0-2. If that happens, like how many more can a team take before they just kind of throw their hands up and be like, I don't know what to do?
Well, that's the kind of a question for them. I mean, they're fighting against the odds there. Tox almost ended the series right there. That was a really good shot. The save out was nice. They're looking for that infield pass. And we'll see if EG keeps up that pressure. On the other side of things, there was almost a bump on Exotic. He did a good job being able to stop it, and you see him challenging 2 low boosts. Like, G1 putting up a really tough fight against Carmine Corp, and that's pretty good for them. I know they were looking also to kind of improve on their performance there in the Fall Open. So a win here would be very big for them, just to kind of like in the overall mentality side of things. Yeah, we can compete with the top dogs.
And just so viewers know, there's these 2 matches going on, plus one more. Team Go and Algiri just went to game 5. Algiri trying to reverse sweep right now. So once one of these are done, we might tune into that.
Algiri's just out here trying to get as much TV time as they can get.
Look, I don't mind. I like to see some more Stizzy, man.
He is exciting to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very, very solid player. We've been keeping eyes on him for a while now, and some people rate him very highly too. So being able to see some success would be great. As marked by 8, hold up, he puts one in. And G1 Karmine Corp Game 5. Ooh, that's a good shot, Mark. That's a real good shot.
How about the story of Mark by 8 too? I mean, that's we've kind of played that one out, I think, over time here. Now finally getting free from roster purgatory, and he is making the most of that opportunity with G1. Been exciting to watch his entire career. We're going to see a little bit more of him here in this round, but first, Evil Geniuses and Solary taking center stage for the moment. Can Solary keep this series going? Will we have another Game 5? Oh, Catalysm. Woo. Every time, man, Evil Geniuses get so close and you go, ugh.
Okay. So overtime is definitely going the distance there. And hold up. Taking a look at Team Go and Aogiri. Team Go up by 2.
Fury's getting into it.
Fury's always getting into it.
Oh, they took it.
And EG.
He's going to keep you on the edge.
Yeah, right. We cut away and we hit you back with it. EG ended up finishing that series off. So I believe this in G1.
Yeah.
Right, because G1 and Karmine Corp Game 5 is also going on. But this one, it started a little early, and you can see Team Go with that big 3-goal lead in the first about minute and a half. And I think, did we already get a goal in the Karmine Corp G1? Yeah, G1 scored first. Hold on.
Oh boy. I can't take my eyes off of Fury though, down in the corner. He looks like he could motivate me to actually solo queue ranked.
Wow. Honestly, I feel like that's a lot. Like, no, not a lot of people will understand that reference, but I do. Because I know how hard it is to get stacks to play Rocket League. Trust me.
I know. Daz is blowing up my DMs, asking me to play all the time. Like, dude, I can't always carry you, dude.
That is just not how that conversation goes. Oh, Vatira, clear? Do something? Let's see.
I want a 10-minute overtime in this game.
What? Why?
Because I was excited.
Some of us have
10?
things to do.
Well, we got more rounds than
Oh my goodness. Doritos scored.
You
G1
do.
are coming back. This is, wait a second. This is big. Look at that.
Oh, that is sick. That's a top play nominee right there.
Especially if they win. Then you got to hold
Yeah.
on, though.
I think we'll see that maybe a couple times throughout the weekend.
I'm just saying, it's about to be a long 3 minutes and 40 seconds for G1. But Aogiri end up getting on the board. Asalan, nice touch.
I think it's a great story for G1, though. I mean, just in general, you want to, across the board, we have a lot of competition, but you definitely want to have a couple rosters that are like, okay, these are the big dogs. These are the teams.
I told you this is gonna be a long 3 minutes for G1. Karmine Corp is definitely gonna be able to at least put on some pressure, and I think unless G1 was able to get one more goal, I knew that, like, okay, this one, K-Corp, they're gonna strike back at some point. You just knew that was gonna happen. Oh.
Yeah, You touched on something there, though, Leaf. This G1 roster itself is a great story. I mean, yes, we know the stuff with Mark by 8, and oh my goodness. Gary wanted that extra TV time, and I don't think they really wanted the smoke that comes with it.
Oh my God, Fury is pointing at the screen. Fury. It felt like he scored that goal. He probably had a better reaction
going right
than the
now. It
players.
looks like maybe they could set him up to score one.
Right.
Like I was getting lectured.
He's saying, that's why you got to put a hand up. Okay. Halfway through this one. Oh, I like that from Dorito, slowing that down. That's really well done. They got the possession. I need to see them be a little bit more of a threat. You know, when you have leads like this, sometimes they just get so focused on maintaining it that they kind of let the foot off the gas a little bit, and you'll see Carmine Corp get a little space here, a little space there, and then it's in your net. Oh my goodness, pop off.
I don't know if it's a pop off. I think it's more of a "What are you doing?"
The pop off was a minute ago. He was standing up too. He was out of his chair.
You need Fury in their comms. He will scare them into holding that lead.
I feel like for Carmine Corp, this is like, I don't know. They're getting big wins on other teams. A win being down like this right now is not something they want to prove to the rest of the region that they're the top dog. Because I do feel like K Corp is, honestly, just looking how Moist and BDS are barely getting their wins. I do feel like K Corp is that next contender for best in the region.
Well, and the thing about K Corp fans, I mean, they're some of the most passionate in all of esports. But they also, I think, if G1 holds this lead, I think K Corp fans could find a way to explain how they won this series.
Okay, definitely looks like Team Go. Yeah, they got that one.
Yeah,
they got that win for sure. But meanwhile, G1, hold on now. This is interesting. I haven't been talking that much because I've been so locked in. I'm trying to figure out where it's gonna go. Carmine Corp have the pressure.
Are we pretending that K Corp isn't going to come up with an equalizer with like 4 seconds left?
You don't know that. There's no way.
No, they will.
There's no way.
I'm not even surprised. I knew Stax was right. Like, they had to.
That's like the reverse curse. What the heck?
You got Vati over there. Everything's fine.
Okay. All right.
Hey, let's we got the final moments here, so let's take a listen and see how hype it gets.
Gars, termine-moi ça, Itachi, termine-moi ça. Allez, on y va. Exotique. Alors, on peut trouver un petit but là et les éteindre. Vatira qui met devant, Vatira très beau contre, Marc qui va relancer sur Atomic. Attention, c'est bloqué par Itachi. Il y a Exotique en défense, Exotique contre Marc, ça passe au-dessus. Itachi, la passe, il y a personne pour la récupérer. On aurait peut-être dû la garder un peu dans les pattes là. Ok, beau contre de la part d'Exotique, Itachi. Il envoie en l'air pour Atomic. Non! Non, on n'a pas pu la toucher. Non! C'est fait... Ah, putain! Ce match, tu t'es pas fait voler.
You know, I don't understand French, but I understood that.
Yeah, no, that is a no, by the way, translate. that is I'm not happy about what I just saw. Yeah, G1 hey, you know what? Again, huge for G1. This is there's only a few spots for okay, these are the best teams, and G1 is quickly solidifying themselves as one of those teams, one of those top 4 teams that are consistently going to be a problem for every single team in this. So they do mark themselves a win and move on. K Corp will have to try in that mid here, but we do have a lot more Rocket League to get to. So let's go get all of that set up, and when we come back, we'll have round 3 of the European Fall Cup.
That's the one with the Gale pops it up. Now just a
I think Europe right now is a 6-team region. I would say it's between BDS, Oxygen, Moist, us, Carmine, and probably EG. So I think besides that, no one can win. But between the 6 teams I said, anyone can win.
This one, he fakes it! Oh my goodness, and he's gone straight in! What a fake!
I think the team that we struggle the most, or that we need to give them some respect, it's Oxygen. Because they are basically like us, like 3 mechanical players. So they know how we play, we know how they play. Just depends of the day, like it's like a coin flip.
Is there. Oh, but that is shot from Atto out of nowhere.
Last regional finishing top 8 was not the result we wanted because we had lack of sleep or lack of motivation and stuff. So we are not as sad because we know we can do much better, and that's what we're gonna do in this second regional.
Direct. It's in!
I think we all have to focus in our playstyle because we all have an individual way to play the game. Most of the times we have a slow start because of that, because one of us is not performing the playstyle that we should be performing. So that's where we're gonna focus.
Reset here, can he get it over the line? He can. Liquid on the score sheet, and it is a beauty.
Our goals for this split is reaching the major, trying to do our best for both regionals that are coming, and then in the major, try to do our best to win it.
A 2-1 target!
Oh, he's done it!
It is done! Took 30 seconds! But Team Liquid denied Champions Field and send themselves to top 8.
If you wanna have it, then it's yours. Put your mind to it, open doors. Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Before school's gotta get worse, and sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger. Inside, I run away with you.
Close games across the board as we leave round 2 and head into round 3 of the Fall Cup Swiss stage. And joining on the desk now are James and Turtle. I welcome both of you to the chaos that is the European Fall Cup right now, Turtle.
It's always chaos, okay? Listen, you think North America, the depth is there. Where's the European depth? Well, here it is. Here it is, everybody. The chaos has been brought. I blame James Bot mostly because he's looking handsome today. But other than that, I don't really know who else to blame.
I mean, I don't know why you're blaming me, honestly. I have nothing to do with this, man. This has been a crazy day, though, so far, especially that first round Moist and Vitality series.
Yeah.
Vitality, a team that has been struggling, and they take down Moist. It's wild.
And it's not just Moist. They move on to take down Oxygen as well. It's the record for Vitality now to be in round 3 in the higher matches is absolutely ridiculous. And now we get the BDS Vitality matchup. This feels like RLCS X League.
Yes, well, let's talk about all the matchups going on. A reminder that we have the team streams that you need to spread yourselves around. Go open up 20 tabs, watch them all, pick the team that you love, support them in their chat, but we'll focus in on one matchup here. But looking at all these matchups, again, just that top end, seeing Quadrant in G1 in those high matches is incredible, James, especially for G1 to continue to solidify themselves as one of the top teams here. But Quadrant has been having a fantastic day with a 3-0 and a 3-1.
Oh, certainly. I think a lot of people were wondering if Quadrant really is top 4 material in Europe, and they're starting to answer questions. And it's really, it's interesting to see these teams just getting thrown together for this season of RLCS. Cash didn't have the most success with Misfits, but now on Quadrant, even Relating Wave, they did well on Endpoint, but this Quadrant team really is surpassing so many expectations, and it's fun to see them continue to play at that top 4 level. But this next challenge in G1 is going to be a big test.
Let's talk about the match that we're going to have on stream here. Of course, it's BDS versus Team Vitality. Yeah, we're going to continue on, Turtle, with that run from Vitality. BDS getting their wins, but they're struggling to do it convincingly. A lot of their matches even just being won by a single goal. So Vitality may be coming in, Turtle, with the momentum.
Yeah, Vitality certainly have that record in the track history in this tournament alone to prove to a lot of the people watching at home that they could take down BDS. However, it's going to be just as difficult, if not more, in comparison. I do think they could ride that momentum, but against BDS, I mean, this is a whole new challenge league.
Yeah, let's see what the fans think, because again, BDS usually a favorite in most matchups here, but Vitality might be making some people.
Are they swayed? Are they swayed by the record so far on the day? That's the question.
We're gonna find out. Hashtags in chat: BDS or VIT for Vitality. Let's get some thoughts. Let's break it down here. We got a few minutes before the matchup starts, so let's get some predictions and maybe thoughts of why the matchup is going to go the way we think it's going to go. I mean, I'm going to throw them on the board right now. From what I've seen, I would not be surprised for a Vitality win on this one. So I'm going to throw myself with Vitality.
You're just riding the bandwagon. You're just riding the momentum.
I'm doing serious analysis, and I think that they're doing good today.
Listen, I think that Vitality have gotten some very valuable wins, but I am not a believer in this format so far with how they've done to make it all the way. I love Swiss, but you got to win 3 in a row right now for Vitality, and it's against BDS. To make those first 2 series and to win those first 2 series is one crazy situation that's somehow unfolded in front of us. But now to take down BDS, and BDS haven't even struggled so far too much. In round 1, 3-1 over Solary, 3-1 now over Tundra. Yes, they've dropped a game. Some games individually have been close. That's BDS fashion. I don't see anything shaking up too much for BDS, who are the previous world champions. I can't see them losing against Vitality.
So you have BDS. I mean, I point out that a lot of those, sure, it's 3-1s, but like those matches, they're overtimes or they're one.
No, that's literally BDS. That's always been BDS.
They are getting the wins.
Always been BDS.
I'll give you. Okay, which way are you going to go, James? Which?
I feel like you have to go BDS. Vitality is a team that has been struggling, and the job isn't over yet. I mean, you have seen teams that can get up and get these first 2 series wins and then lose out. It's not uncommon. You haven't. We've seen it before. So I still am reserved on Vitality. I'm going all the way with BDS.
Okay. I figured I might be.
Thank you.
Might be
Thank
left
you for
alone.
having sanity.
You gonna back me up, chat? I don't know. Momentum sometimes can play big on it. Yeah, that's
crazy. No, I still think that's surprising. If this had been, the first regional event, I feel like things would have been far more skewed.
Way more into BDS, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, how Vitality's been playing today, I mean, you can have a bad tournament. You got one player maybe that's slightly off, or you haven't figured out that mixture, how you're going to work on the field. But once you do that, it can change everything. So I guess we'll find our answer. We'll see if it goes close. I mean, BDS has been having very close series, and I think Vitality would be a team to keep that close going into this best of 5, James.
Certainly. And now we're going to find out. Leaf, BDS, Vitality about to get kicked off, and Turtle, we'll find out if our predictions are right.
Yes, sir. I think this is a very interesting question, too, about momentum in Rocket League, because that's something that always gets brought up by the pros, by analysts, by quite literally very bottom of the barrel ranked players even. You can talk about having a really rough day or a fantastic day, and momentum can get carried through, and we'll see if that affects Vitality now as they have a chance to qualify and make it to the playoffs just with a 3-series win. They're going to need a good start against BDS.
I mean, who do you consider a bottom of the barrel ranked player? I don't made that list.
No, I mean, I feel like if you're not, I don't even want to say it, dude. I'm going to offend so many people. I'm not even going to say it. Everybody who plays ranked, you're doing good, okay? You're doing great. Don't call me out here.
So far, it's a strong start for BDS. A nice chance there. Alpha 54, the crucial block. Extra is going to find Seiko. Ground pinch. Extra will turn for it. BDS, they are getting all the possession. You see Extra stealing that corner boost. Monkey Moon, a nice 50. Extra stealing the mid boost as well. It is pretty one-sided game so far in terms of possession. We'll see if finally Vitality can get something going, but no, they get cut out at the half.
This is the trap that BDS wants to lay down and try and suffocate all the members from Vitality, who have actually done a great job of breaking out of their own half. We've got a good dribble from Seiko to go down the other end. He's also going to take a corner boost. You've got high flying action in front of the net. Double demo. Each team exchanging one player. And it's gone back into the midfield, but so far, James, you can feel the tension more on the side of Team Vitality, but they've done a good job, I'd say, within the past 30 seconds to bury themselves out of it and at least grab the shovel for the most part. This one does get in front of the net. There's been opportunities, and they're building on top of that foundation.
Alpha with a shot opportunity, drops it down to Radisson, and Radisson gets the ball, but Monkey Moon able to speed flip to it to clear it off the line.
Okay, and a big 50-50 win for Seiko. We're down the other end. Back and forth. Boost still in favor of BDS, but Vitality had a good look, James.
Vitality did have a good look there. And they're showing that they are a real threat. And that pinch is going to open up the field for Vitality. Alpha towards net, and that's going to be an easy save. It was off target anyway. Seiko trying to reset that through, but there was no challenge. The right back to Vitality. Seiko, the turn, gets demoed from behind Radisson.
Oh, what a cut.
Working with his teammate,
Extra.
It's a beautiful goal.
Oh, and I'm going to go to Extra's cam right now. I want to see if there was any chance that he could have gotten a better read on this. He had, about 4 boosts, and you can see Sizen just waits for it. Lets that ball float across. Extra anticipated a faster shot, and because of it, he dove so early, James, whiffing.
Heads-up play, really. From Sizen. Pass off the backboard. Alpha trying to clear it out. Extra collecting. Seiko to the corner. It's a nice bounce for his shot, but Radisson racing Extra. Still pressure. Alpha has been clearing these balls off the goal line. Already 2 saves and 2 critical saves.
Man of many talents. Alpha can do it all. We obviously know what he's capable of when it comes to the mechanics on the offensive side, and he's flexing that defensive muscle. And you can see him again in the midfield looking for some kind of pass, applying some pressure. But a good counterattack attempt goes towards the net. And then what an awkward touch there. That has a blue trail. Not sure how that one ended up going towards the half of BDS. Not the best idea. And they're struggling to get out. The first minute, they had all the possession, all of the boost, but now they can't get an answer for any of these clears from Vitality.
The boost game, they've been suffering. You can see Extra trying to pick up small pads in front of net. Finally, Seiko will get a corner boost. We'll see what he can do with it. Has Monkey Moon, but Monkey Moon, instead of waiting for that midfield, will retreat back, and good thing, able to get the clear out. Monkey Moon to the corner. He's going to try to wave dash, but wasn't able to get that boost. And that demo from Radisson is going to open up the counterattack opportunity for Vitality.
Ooh, but the communication wasn't clear. Vitality did get the demo, but you had two players inching forward right between each other. Didn't have the proper space. And now because of it, you see more pressure applied to BDS when it should have been a big counterattack. Alpha 54 is going to continue on his tear, though. On the defensive side, he gets a clear, finds a solid 50-50. You are right, James. Alpha has been putting in work on this defense.
Oh, and there's another.
There he goes again. There he goes again.
Alpha, coming off the backboard to clear it out. Extra. Trying to make a play. Monkey Moon at the 50. It pops up for Seiko. Seiko, pass across. Monkey Moon will tip it to try to keep possession. No shot came from it. Some final second pressure from Team BDS, but Alpha with a block sails it all the way back, wasting precious time.
Oh no.
With
Oh
Seiko
no.
with control.
Oh no.
Dribble 50. Hits it off to the sidewall, and no one will be there for Team BDS. And would you look at that, Turtle? Vitality take game one.
I would love to get proven wrong here. Let's see Vitality ride the momentum. The first two series wins were ridiculous in this Swiss stage. And now they're trying to add the final cherry on top and take down BDS. It's possible. Game one, of course, didn't start out strong for them, but the fact that they stayed resilient and held BDS scoreless, even with all that pressure, and you'll see in the replays, look at Alpha 54 putting in so much work trying to do what he does best and get those saves, Leaf.
Certainly. Leaf. I forgot he joins us.
Come on.
Here. What's up?
James, listen, I know that you want to be Leaf. I know that everybody admires Leaf. I get it. Okay.
It was probably the furthest. I don't even want to be me. I want to let you guys know Quadrant takes their first one over G1, but G1 does get a goal in game two. So that should be a good close series right now. Moist gets their first win over Oxygen. And I want to shout out Heat right now because Heat has been really stepping up. They took a game off Carmine Corp earlier, and then they won over Monkeys 3-1. They're now up 1-0 on Tundra. So Heat is a team to definitely watch out for, a team that wasn't even in the last regional.
I'm using every ounce in my body and energy to not make a pun with Heat, and I will refuse to do so, James Bott. Let's get back into this game.
Every ounce of what?
I don't know. Energy
is key.
Boost. Chi. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I was gonna ask how much boost can fit in your boost tank. If it's just 100 or.
Oh no, I have extra capacity, sir. I went with the upgrade.
Extended distance.
Exactly.
Extra. Hoping to get BDS off on the right foot. There's a musty flick. And there's a rebound off the backboard. Weak bouncer, and it's a save by Radisson. And now pass back out to the middle. Monkey Boom backflips. But Seiko taking over. Will launch it towards net. Another save from Radisson. BDS had this exact same start in game one where they had all the pressure, had all the boost, but still could not score on Vitality. Same exact situation happening in game two.
Copy and paste into game number two. And we're also seeing Vitality with those saves, the defensive wall. Now, I don't think it's been as much Alpha. Of course, he's getting this clear, but Radisson stepping up on the defense. Maybe that'll give Alpha some more leg room to work with as he pushes up on the other side. Looks for maybe a double tap. Quick counterattack in favor of BDS. Monkey Moon stuffed out. And what I'm noticing, James, every single shot, every single opportunity given to BDS has a player from Vitality getting in front of them, taking a charge to that shot and the path it has towards the goal, making sure to get a block or at least a touch on it.
And have to clog those lanes and not give space, especially to players like Seiko. Are so deadly with the ball, and there's the shot.
There it is.
The bump. You saw the bump play from Seiko, and that was an easy shot for extra.
And that's what it took, and really good awareness from Seiko to keep pushing forward. A lot of players in that situation would have saw the initial touch that popped up high and just rotated back, but Seiko knows he can continue making some damage and also benefit his team if he rotates a little bit farther forward, and he does exactly that.
Branson, flip reset, but extra had that red. Now this net wide open. Oh, the demo from behind. Alpha not letting Seiko get a touch.
Extra's here though. Maybe he gets a flip reset from the side while he found it. Didn't have too much power. And he's gonna look for some demos, try and take some boost. Team Vitality scrambling a bit. 2 players going for the same ball. They have managed to organize and find a counterattack. Nothing as threatening as you might have anticipated, given the momentum, because game 2 started off in the same way game 1 did, but finally BDS were able to break the curse.
BDS getting that goal, that's huge. Even last game, Turtle, only a single goal was scored. It was from that mind game from Sizen.
And that was off of the, I believe, the starvation on Extra too. He had no boost. Maybe that's been something that they are plotting in game 2, try and pick up more pads, focus and prioritize your own corners. We'll see if Monkey Moon has anything to say about this clear. It's over his teammate Seiko. And back down the other end, this has been not as dominant from BDS. Maybe they've pulled back a bit, James.
Well, BDS, they've just been struggling against Vitality to get these shots on target. When they do, it seems like Vitality has 2 defenders stacked on the goal line. The only goal they were able to get was off the bump play.
Yeah.
We're still looking to see any of those solo plays from Seiko, the passing plays from Monkey Moon and Extra. We'll see what Team BDS does. Right now, they just need to play defense and hold on for these final moments.
Oh, that demo's gonna relieve so much pressure too from Monkey Moon. And he's stalling, look at him, staying behind the ball, and then he gets the midfield boost. Very intelligent play from Monkey Moon. Look at Extra keeping this ball grounded. It looks like they are just trying to play and run this clock out, James.
They are in Extra. Oh, Seiko, we saw him the lead blocker. We get a demo this time, and it proves to be enough to get BDS their second.
Absolutely dunking Radisson. Here comes Monkey Moon crashing in front of your face, and there was also a demo beforehand which forced that third man to go for the ball and gave time for Monkey Moon to push up and get a dunk.
And it was possible, I mean, just depending on the angle, it looked like there may have been a smoke screen factor, not on the ball, but on Monkey Moon.
Yeah.
So the challenger from Vitality, maybe not seeing how close Monkey Moon actually was until it was too late. And now we have a shot opportunity, rebound, posted in, Vitality not out of it yet.
Oh, sir, and this is one of the best bounces you could have asked for from the post. That one didn't go to the right side. You'll see it bounce to the corner several times over, but the perfect opportunity presents itself for Vitality, and now they've got some time to tie things up.
Kickoff win, Radisson with the corner boost as well. Alpha flying in, solo play, tipped aside. Monkey Moon getting the touch there. Seiko over to Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon. Launch it to the corner. Extra with mid boost. He's got a full tank. We'll see what Vitality does to get it around him. Alpha doesn't make contact.
What is going on?
Monkey Moon. It's a bit panicked on BDS's back line.
I don't think anybody anticipated that. From Vitality. Big challenge win from Monkey Moon, and an even better shot to make it 3-1, get the security, and most likely, if we don't see anything crazy from Vitality, take game 2.
Monkey Moon picked up this single small pad and used it all up instantly. Not only was it a great play to get that 50, but to actually put that shot on target with enough power to beat that final defender. That was a standout play from Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon making sure that this game gets finished off cleanly.
Yeah, and I think he's been game 2's MVP, absolutely. Game 1, Alpha 54 made his mark, but in game 2, Monkey Moon has showed us again why he is revered as one of the best players in the world, and absolutely making an impact on this game alone with some dunks, with some demos. and of course making waves in the midfield with those challenges. And BDS were much more physical in game 2, relying on a lot of those bumps and a lot of the aggression, as you see in the replays, to get and secure those goals, because previously the accuracy wasn't necessarily an issue. They were just getting blocked on every shot. And if there's a goalkeeper in the way, just take them out, James.
You're right. And sometimes that's the most successful strategy, Turtle, is to just remove the defenders.
Take them out.
Get them out. Whether you bump them. A little bit interesting to see Seiko, the one doing that, getting those bumps.
Would you guys like some updates?
Oh, give me it. I want to hear it. Give me the drama.
I can do it for you. G1 Quadrant, that's the qualification match. They're 1-1 right now. So they're keeping it close like this series is too. Down in the lower matches right now, Solary and Augiri are going 1-1. Monkeys looking like they might take it over Turbo Clappers. Great team name, by the way. I love that team name. But Moist and KC both on their match point, looking to sweep their opponents. And that's Moist over Oxygen too. So I would have expected that series to be a little bit closer maybe. But yeah, Moist is stepping back up. They had a bit of a rough go at the start of the day today.
Yeah, it's I guess for all the KC fans out there, it's nice to see them bounce back after that tough Game 5 loss. That was ridiculous. If you were watching that one on the main stream, I mean, that one, there was a buzzer beater goal. You think they were going to bounce back, but they don't. Maybe we get some kind of drama in this series. We've got BDS still trying to fight off against Team Vitality, who has been carrying so much momentum, but recently got stopped because of those demos, James.
Yeah, Europe is a wild region. I'm just looking at the Oxygen series. The fact that Oxygen is losing, they might be 1-2. They won the last event in Europe. It's just crazy. It is
classic.
Never know what to expect.
But that's what you love. Yes. That's what you love about this game. That's what you love about the competitive aspect of this, where quite literally you have one team that you're rooting for. They're the underdogs. You never know what can happen, and people could just randomly show up in ways that we've never seen before. We have seen a lot of the players on this field show up, but I've been pleasantly surprised, I think, with Radisson in particular. I think he's doing a lot of great moves on offense. You just saw him win that challenge and create some plays. I'd say he's doing a lot of the dirty work for Vitality.
Oh, yeah, and sometimes that dirty work doesn't get praised. Sometimes you only pay attention to the goals.
There he is again.
Got a goal.
Oh, there it is.
Radisson.
Oh, my.
We have to see this again.
I like how we're talking about him, and he comes in with the flick from the midfield, then he gets the demo, and he was flying through towards the net. He couldn't change the way he was approaching the net, the way he's flying, had no boost, and somehow hits the crossbar, but you've got the follow-up shot from Alpha 54 to secure it, and you're happy he's there, because that would have been a disaster if you don't come out with a goal.
Yeah, it absolutely would have been, but Alpha, don't think he'll miss too many of those, if any. And there's an infield pass attempt, but Monkey Moon breaks it out. And Monkey Moon can never forget Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon, that massive play last game, getting the dunk. And wait a second. He must have that expanded boost tank just like you, Turtle.
Yeah, this man bought the upgrade, the premium version. He's got leather seats in there. And of course, extra boost to get all of those juicy double tabs. And then extra, for whatever reason, steals that goal from him. A little bit messed up if you're asking me.
It's a secure, right? It definitely feels like that would belong to Seiko.
Yeah.
BDS will take it.
Oh,
and
my.
I was just shocked that the extra, or that Seiko was able to keep that boost. And, you know, it was the deceptive 100 boost usage. So, well done by Seiko.
And it's so important to feather that boost too, James. It creates that illusion that maybe you don't have as much boost as you're appearing, or have as much boost, excuse me, as you secretly do in that extra large boost container. Seiko throws a big illusion towards the defensive Vitality, ties things up. This is not a copy and paste now of game 1 and 2. We have seen back and forth given pull from BDS and Vitality, which I think is nice to see. It definitely bodes well for Vitality, in my opinion. Look at this one, an opportunity off the post, but it's saved from Monkey Moon. Wow. In and out of the net, and clutch movement from him.
BDS, they get away with one there. It looked like Seiko had misread it, wasn't able to get the touch, the rebound. The net was an open chance.
Here we go.
Just like that, an open chance. Alpha, the open net king.
it's Sizen who takes out the third man, who would have rotated back in time and maybe found the angle to get the save, especially with the shot that Alpha 54 hit. It wasn't right into the bottom left corner, so there would have been a chance, but you delete him from the pitch, take the goalkeeper out, and you said it yourself, the king of open nets, makes it 2-1.
And Vitality, under half the game left to go, have the lead, but for how long? Seiko to an air dribble from
Alpha.
Alpha, and a goal from Extra. Alpha needed to get that hit, but Seiko was making it tough.
Yeah, and he had the boost too, 75 boost whenever he launched for that aerial. Needed to get the read. I'm not sure if he anticipated a player flying in faster from BDS, but a big miss. That one is a painful one to give up because you know it's preventable.
Seiko, his goal participation has been key in getting the bombs, the demos, and those are goodness, Extra!
Bro, it's a highlight reel out here. It's a highlight reel from BDS off the ceiling, and that is the best spot you can hit on the goal. Top left corner and down.
To go up to the ceiling to get your jump, make it look so easy. That is the goal of the series so far from Extra.
That's disgusting. I'm not gonna lie, that is simply gross. A hat trick. Can we say he has a hat trick? He stole Seiko's goal. I don't want to claim that as a hat trick.
A goal is a goal, Turd.
No, man, there's no way.
A goal is a goal.
I will write a 12-page essay about how this shouldn't be a hat trick, and also how Vitality should have somebody back, but it's wide open for BDS.
And they got baited in a little bit too far, and if anyone on BDS is going to punish you, it's certainly going to be Monkey Moon. Monkey Moon, that midfield presence, he's done it before already in this series, getting another one that adds some insurance. And now, kickoff goal chance. Extra going for the 50. Back to Seiko. Seiko denied by Radisson, but it was a good effort.
And we'll see if BDS try and keep this ball grounded. If you remember back to game 2, a big strategy they implemented was taking the lead, obviously, and then at the last, I'd say, minute and a half, they kept this ball grounded. We're only going for 50-50s that they knew they could win. You've got good challenges like that from Seiko, and a lot of dribbles out of BDS who are going to waste and run this clock down. They're fine with playing defense if they have to.
This is going to be a slow rotation back. Alpha does get there in time. A demo from behind by Sizen. Sizen and Alpha went for a ceiling passing play that didn't work out. That's why they were late getting back. And now another 2v1 situation. Alpha going for the corner boost. Does get help on the back check from Sizen. Radisson in reverse. Doesn't make contact. You can see Alpha just waiting for the chaos to dissipate.
Oh, this ball is just stuck. Hey, that's got to be another one.
Oh!
And of course is Extra finding his mark once again. And I think it's nice to see BDS. Yeah, obviously, Monkey Moon has been putting in a lot of effort, but I think Extra too has been a standout player and performing at, I'd say, one of the best levels we've seen in quite some time from him.
Four goals. Extra obliterating.
Okay, it was 3 goals. Come on.
No, it's 4 goals.
3 goals.
No, Turtle, you cannot disrespect a goal. A goal is a goal.
Whether
you steal it
I'm
or not, it doesn't
bro.
matter.
I'm going to look at the replay again. No, James.
It's a goal.
I will
It's a goal.
do everything I can in my power, which is very limited, to try and change that.
Well, it's not going to work because the scoreboard doesn't lie. You score a goal, you got the stat. It's all yours.
You're right. Speaking of scoreboard, Leaf, I know you got some juicy updates for us. What else do we have in store for what's happening in the Swiss stage?
First off, I know he won't ever let me play with him, but if I ever do, I'm stealing every single one of James's goals, so he knows how it feels.
Exactly.
Oh, I know how it feels. Trust me.
But
you play to win. The goals don't matter.
Fair. But I'm gonna let you know, Quadrant right now is at match point over G1. They actually won game 3 6-1 over G1, so that was a blowout match. Yeah, but Moist and KC, they both win their matches 3-0. We had only
over Oxygen. Over Oxygen.
Yeah, over
3-0.
Oxygen. Yeah. We had only one sweep this whole tournament so far until we get to this round, and we just got 2 more there. And right now, Algiri at 0 seconds left. If they put this down, they will knock out. They do it. They knock out K-Dot, Shazette, and Fairy Peak. Solary is now done.
Oh, man. The veterans in the scene knocked out early on in the Swiss stage. Solary, goodbye and good luck. That's a painful one, James. And maybe we're not going to see that with a team in this series, but it's still going to be a little bit painful with whichever team doesn't qualify for the playoffs, because 3 and you're in, and if you lose this one, you're going to have to continue on and maybe even go to round 5, which nobody wants to do.
3 and you're in, and also 3 and you're out.
It's simple, James. Okay?
That's what I've been told.
Yeah.
But playing against BDS, not so simple.
Yeah.
See that the hit backwards, powerful from Vitality. Alpha stretch into that ball, doesn't go for the flip reset, instead goes for the dunk, and now a pass off the corner. Radisson too far out of the play. BDS will take over. We've seen Seiko do some work with air dribbles, but got bumped off the ball there.
Radisson has been doing everything he can to create space for his teammates. This is why I talked about him being the guy who's doing a lot of the dirty work, and he's still continuing that trend in game number 4. You see him going for bumps midair, even if he can't get a touch or get around one player. Here's Alpha with a speedy touch over to Sizen, who almost hits it. A ridiculous save from Seiko, who had it read. And that is a really good opportunity. And I wouldn't say it's wasted, it's just denied.
Yeah, it was great defense by Seiko. Seiko had to read whether Alpha was going to go for the flip reset, but you saw Sizen also jumping for it, and threatening the shot. But in the end, Seiko, so good with reading the play, was able to deny that. But for Vitality, that has to be a glimmer of hope, and that glimmer almost burning into an actual goal, but they get denied.
Oh my goodness. And there's still another opportunity that barely slipped out of Vitality's hands because of Seiko and his defensive stance performance in game 4. Here he comes in. Maybe he can make some damage on the offense. It was a simple shot, but maybe he was baiting out a player to set up the double tap for Extra, who didn't connect with it the way he wanted to, I'm sure. They're going to continue with their approach and try and starve out everything from Vitality, take the boost, get some bumps, win some challenges, but it's not going to work against Sizen.
Seiko with the demo on Sizen. Seiko playing very physically this series.
There it is.
Now taking the shot. It's a double commit, but Radisson will get the save. Alpha stuck in net. Extra to Seiko. Seiko, a light tap to the backboard. Alpha will launch it over to Sizen. Now clear out. Extra there at the midfield, but has no boost. Radisson launches it downfield, but no one was there as an outlet.
Yeah, more defensive game, I'd say, from both teams in game 4. BDS have been looking for some difficult shots, but there's been immaculate saves on both sides. Think back to Seiko getting his saves. Also on Vitality, Radisson went in and out of the net, found his touch and found that save. Good stuff all around, but it just takes one mistake, James. One bump play, one opportunity. And also, you've got to think about the pressure that Vitality are facing. This is match point for Team BDS. Vitality are, of course, trying to ride the rest of that momentum as far as they can.
And it was a pretty one-sided game in favor of BDS last game. See if BDS can close it out. Radisson, nice 50. The speed was there. Bounces up off the side. Sizen will opt to just give up possession, launch it down, and it turns out to be a good call. Almost a scoring chance for Vitality.
Monkey Moon, flip reset. Good looks. Final 60 seconds up at the top of your screen. We're going to need something out of, I'd say, Vitality. The pressure is on them. They haven't been pushed to match point until now in the Swiss stage. All the pressure is there. Do we see a double commit? Do we see any lapse in communication or maybe a pop-off from any one of these players? And Al 54 particularly has looked the best in my eyes. He's got to be the player to make the impact.
See if he is right now. The impact play might be on defense. There's a huge clear from Radisson. Monkey Moon up the wall. Sizen, no boost, will peel off. but will be able to turn now that he's got the mid. Dies into Alpha. Alpha misses in the corner. The 50, it's across the
Monkey
middle.
Moon.
Monkey Moon towards net, but not enough juice on it, and Radisson will get the save.
Way too weak of a shot. You need to put more power, more muscle behind it if you want to get through this defensive Team Vitality, and they're going to let it drop. We've got overtime for BDS and Vitality.
And this is match life for Team Vitality. This is the high matches, so neither team has lost a series today. The Vitality could lose right here with just a single goal. See some chaos on the back line. 2 go. That's going to punish your boost.
Yeah.
Alpha into a dribble. Stopped by Extra. Now down to Seiko. Tipped off the ceiling. Extra's up. The bounce shot denied by Radisson.
And they've got to recover, James. They can't keep doing this for the entire overtime, however long this will be. And there it is. It does end up in favor of BDS. You knew it was coming. You could feel the tension, the stress, the pressure that was applied to the defense. There were demos, there were double commits flying your way for Team Vitality, and they just couldn't muscle up and answer. And because of it, Team BDS, they closed it out in 4 games.
And it looked like on that final play, just going for a 50 or a fake. Regardless, the ball leaking out perfectly into the dangerous part of the field.
Yeah.
And they were able to close that series out. Team BDS, Turtle, we predicted it all along. I think we just knew it all along, didn't we?
Exactly. I can't believe anybody would ever predict the other way. Leaf, it's crazy that there's people who would predict against BDS.
I don't know why anyone would. It's just
That's what I'm screaming.
weirdest
So why
thing.
didn't
What do you mean? I'm just quickly DMing the production to delete the VOD after.
Typical.
But just to give you guys an update, also down in that lower, Turbo Clappers get knocked out by Monkeys, 3-0. There was a sweep there as well. And then, of course, we have TL and Evil Geniuses on your screen now. An overtime potential win here for EG. Neither team will get knocked out or qualify there. This is a mid-match. And Quadrant also winning 3-1 over G1, qualifying.
Wow.
Their offense was nuts, winning 6-1 and then 4-1 in that next match. But yeah, this will be our actually, that's all the matches done. Look at that.
EG just took it away. We're trying to like recap on everything that's going on. EG are already making some work here, quick work on the offensive side. And I don't know, it's been a weird Swiss stage. I don't really know what else I expected from Europe, but for me, seeing Vitality do so well, and then now BDS took that win, does that invalidate the previous results from Vitality? I guess we're gonna have to wait till round 4.
No way. I mean, they even got a game win. So I think it'll just be interesting to see if Vitality can seal the deal. With how crazy Europe is, you can't say anything is impossible. It's all on the table now.
Turbo Clappers and Solary out with Quadrant and BDS now qualified through. We got to find out a few more teams. There's a lot of great matchups going to be coming your way. So please don't go anywhere as we go into round 4 of the European Fall Cup after the break.
So at the moment, I feel like Europe is 50-50. I feel like the top 6 teams, you kind of expect where they're going to perform and how they're going to do, but anything below that, I feel like it's just like a dogfight. Anybody can win, anybody can make the top 8. I think Europe's gotten a lot stronger this season.
Maybe a player for Quadrant. A hard pass. Leading in the net. Relating wave screams one on target.
So I think our biggest competitor right now is G1. They're a very strong team. They're obviously a full Spanish team. We've struggled a lot against them just because of the meta. The way they play is very aggressive, and it's close between us.
Comes another one. 2 touches. Oh, a double touch. Jump to get on the board.
So last regional, we obviously finished top 4. It was our first big tournament as a team. We were on boot camp, obviously, which was a big benefit for us, learning to play, just being around each other, get more comfortable with each other. And the first regional was hard. There was a lot of strong teams coming into it. We knew what to expect, but it was a very fun regional.
He's got another. 3 goals for each, so at the end, the cherry on top.
Despite getting the top 4, we all know we've got improvements, because if we were the best team, we'd win. I think for us, dealing with nerves is a big thing, especially for me. I'm very panicky in tournaments. I'm very indecisive. So I think overall we just need to learn to calm our nerves a lot more.
Waiting for a better 50-50. It comes out, and it's right on the money for Quadrant.
So right now, obviously, the team spirit is very high. We're very motivated after a strong top 4 finish. I think we all really want to make the major in Rotterdam. We're all motivated, determined, and we're just ready to go.
They need a good 50-50, and Cash is able to end it in the...
So hard it hurts to feel it touch so hard it burns. Isn't something you could learn, it's natural. And I might not feel that for you, but someday I'll find someone who sees you in a crowded own sensation now. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's a kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry. Every time I dream of you, I see. It's a kind of thing that you can't unsee. I'm sorry.
Before the break, Quadrant and BDS qualified into day two's bracket, and now we need to find some more teams to join them. Welcome back to the European Fall Cup Day 1. I'm LeafX, and I'm joined again by James Bott and Turtle as we continue on our day. Turtle, it's been fun again across the board. Even the break there, you heard Cash say that he expected a lot of teams to go back and forth.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, specifically talking about Quadrant, I'm proud of them because I respected them and their roster, and I've always loved Cash, but now to see him continue on after they did so well in the Fall Open, granted they didn't win or take the dub, they've continued to perfect their skills and, of course, are looking the best we've seen in this Swiss stage, but we can't really say the same for a couple of other teams.
I was going to say, James, out of all the teams you could pick to be the first two qualified teams, I feel like BDS generally is the first. Would Quadrant be one of those teams for you, or would you have had another team rated?
I mean, I would have had Oxygen. Obviously, they won the last event. They're an unbelievable team. I think, I am a little bit surprised. I think for me, the top teams in Europe are certainly Oxygen, Carmine Corp, BDS, and Moist are the teams that I think of near the top. But Quadrant is making a very strong case. And I mean, some of these teams are having really difficult times today. Oxygen in particular are at risk of being eliminated. And we have seen this happen before. We saw it with NRG. We saw it with G2 in North America. And so we might see something similar today. But the one team I do want to draw some attention to is Tundra Esports. Tundra is a team that I think does get a little bit underrated, especially a player on there doesn't always get the respect he deserves. Casio, who's been to multiple world championships. I mean, you listen to anyone who's his former teammate, they love playing with him. They think he's a great player. Maybe not the flashiest, but still just an effective player. And his squad is continuing to perform despite, I think, some people's top 8 expectations.
Yeah, and if you think back to even the coach for that team for Tundra, it's Freaky. And that's terrifying because Freaky is known for just somehow finding wins. And I think we might see the same thing repeated for Tundra.
Well, let's take a look at the matchups here as we get into round 4, as we will have some more teams qualifying, 3 to be precise from this, but also some getting eliminated, 3 as well. In that lower, I'd say Auguri definitely has to watch out for Heat. That's a team that's been, poking and prodding, getting some game wins here. And Oxygen, again, probably not happy to be in this position, especially against Monkeys, which isn't a roster that you can just sleep on. But on the upper side, Vitality, Tundra, G1, EG, KC, and Moist, all looking to try and qualify. Let's focus in on that match that we're going to have on the stream here. Remember, there are team streams going on if you want to watch the others, but it's K-Corp versus Moist. Coming into this, Moist looked like they've had a bit of a struggle on the day, but then they come off a win 3-0 against Oxygen, so maybe they've turned things around. But coming into it, K-Corp, one of those teams solidifying themselves, Turtle, as a roster that's sitting at the top of the European
100%. And I honestly think both these teams have had their reality shaken up a bit. I think there's an argument to be made that maybe Moist had a bit of a more tough loss. Granted, it was against Vitality versus Carmine's loss against G1. However, they are, at the end of the day, sitting at the same score line here in the Swiss stage. And I think we're going to get a Game 5. This is going to go the distance. I'm excited for this. We thought we were seeing some crazy mechanics in the last series from Extra and Seiko and Monkey Moon. This is going to be on another level.
Let's get the chat involved. Again, we'll have you 2 more times. This is one of those 2 times. Hashtag KC, hashtag MST in the chat. Vote for the team you think is going to take this one. I'm going to start off with James on this one. I feel like we haven't put him first. Yeah.
Yes, put him on the spotlight.
Well, I think just looking at past results, you have to go with Carmine Corp here. These teams matched up in the semifinals of the Fall Open, and Carmine Corp took them down. So I think it's as simple as that. We'll see if Moist can get some revenge, but right now I'm leaning towards KC.
James,
that's fair.
Would it change your mind if I told you that Joyo has tweeted, "First time my mechanics have felt good since LA"? How does that make you feel? Does that change your opinion at all?
I don't think there's really much anyone could tweet to change my opinion.
Come on,
I lost my hand in the
What if
drawer,
K-Corp
so-
tweeted, we're forfeiting? Then would you change your mind?
I mean, no, because I'd have to forfeit. I wouldn't believe him until they
This
forfeit.
guy.
so.
Okay,
This
fair
guy.
enough.
I'm going
All right,
Moist
Turtle,
though.
It's one thing to say
tweet told
something.
me.
It's another thing to do something, Turtle. They're two different
You're
things.
right. You're right.
You're going Moist on this one?
I'm
Okay,
going
well,
Moist.
I'm probably gonna have to sit with James though, to be honest.
Yeah,
Regardless of that,
yeah.
maybe they're starting to roll up. Maybe they're starting to look good. We're gonna find out in the matchup. But based off what I saw, K-Corp definitely I feel like is gonna have a bit of the upper hand coming into this. Not according to chat. I mean that makes sense though. But either way, I think it's gonna be a good match. Hopefully, Moist is warming up and they're on a ramp up, and the mechanics will look good, and we'll have a great matchup on our hands.
And this Turtle, to me, is always going to be an interesting matchup.
I'm hyped.
Moist was a legendary team, busting onto the scene as
What?
Queso.
What's up with the what? Are they not
I mean,
legendary?
they lost
Moist?
Vatira.
Bro,
they
you were-
lost Vatira.
I understand that, but they're still amongst the top in Europe. You even just said it yourself. They're up there.
It's true, but that team that I was referring to, they broke up. Vatira went and joined KC, and then Astral, also previously on Karmine Corp playing with Itachi, no longer on that team either. So this, to me, no matter what these players say, I always think of this as a grudge match.
Yeah, you got a little grudge match, and we got this same matchup in the in the Fall Open, and this was in the semifinals of the playoffs. Moist Esports up against Karmine Corp, and Moist ended up dropping that series 1-4. A difficult loss for them, and maybe we see a bounce back. I think that tweet. I'm a big fan of like people being confident and then publicly talking about it and trying to speak it into fruition. It sounds weird.
After seeing the JNAPS tweet at Worlds where he says, "Let's go win this," and then they didn't. I'm not. I don't.
You can't bring that up. You
I'm
can't bring
just
that up.
saying,
That's not fair.
To every point, there's a counter.
Yeah, well, Garrett G tweeted, "One day I'm gonna hold that trophy," and he did.
He did. It's true. Okay. All right. Okay.
So there's
All
gotta
right.
be a validity there.
We'll see. We'll see.
That's got me sold, but in all honesty, it's going to be tough for Moist, regardless of the tweets and the energy to try and bring it there, because Karmine Corp, well, they did take a loss against G1, still one of the best, if not the best in Europe, and we'll see if they can take down Moist in the same fashion that they did in the previous playoff match.
Joyo flicks it around Exotic. There's a demo on Astral by Itachi. Exotic will control it. Launches it upfield, Vatira to the corner. Astral around one. Rise was speedy but missed. Itachi wasn't expecting the miss, so it goes by both of them. Itachi not able to bump Rise either. Vatira to the backboard. Rise breaking up the play. Joyo doesn't make contact, but fortunately for him, Itachi on empty popped it up. No double tap threat, but the rebound threat is there, and Vatira scores first.
And it's the movement from KC that gets things done. A nice flick into the midfield. Exotic finds a spot off the backboard that's vacant. Nobody from Moist Esports was up there. Nobody wanted to intercept it. They tried to get the read off of the backboard instead, and they were far too late. Couldn't get it. KC able to get the first one and start things off.
Pinch attempt, rebound out. Vatira not taking any chances. Astral had full boost. If he pops that up, who knows what he's going to be able to do with it. Clear off to the Karmine Corp corner. Joyo up to Astral.
Ooh.
Astral, you saw him try to get underneath the ball. Saw the
Yeah.
challenge incoming. Wasn't able to get a fender on it, but still the right idea from Astral.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the right approach. You've got to try and mix things up. You knew, and he knew in particular, that he was going to get dunked. Try to go for a better play, give an illusion off of the way he would try and touch the ball. Didn't make contact, but it's a good start, and maybe something that Moist Esports can build upon. Nice little dribble from Exotic, carrying it low, looking for some kind of 50. Maybe even a flick, doesn't get it. And Astral back to the midfield. It's good passing from Moist Esports, taking that playbook out of what we saw from KC to get their first goal.
Exotic threatening flip reset. Joyo broke the play up, and he gets the demo on Vatira, but he's far out of the play. 50 back there.
my.
Joyo on his rotation back, hitting the ball, and that did slow down the breakout attempt from KC.
Corner play, so important for KC and how they get out. They transition well. Itachi's downfield, searching for a solo attempt. It's back down the other way. Moist Esports, they're connecting with their passes. I've seen good transitions. I just haven't seen that final shot. There's always somebody in front of it from KC. You think back to the Astral shot. Maybe that one slips in for KC. Talking about transitions, that would have been one for the books.
Oh, it certainly would have been. Vatiro, hungry to get his second. The pinch back. Astral hit it right back downfield. Traded demos. And that's just fine for KC.
Yeah.
KC happy to burn this time off the clock. There's a demo from Rise. But a pinch downfield. Vatira in a 1v1. Rise going for the challenge and gets it away from net. Well done by Rise.
A lot of hesitation from Vatira. It didn't look like he was 100% focused on what he wanted to do and how he wanted to execute. At first, he looked for a 50-50, but then tried to go for a flick at the last moment. You need to be a little bit more quicker on your feet. But it's not going to be too big of a deal so long as they can hold things down with the final 10 seconds. Whether or not you scored the solo play, it's not going to matter because Itachi has you covered with the security and the safety net of this second goal.
Itachi sniffing that play out. Astral saw Rise over on the right-hand side and was going to try to get a pass over there, but did not get that ball where he wanted it. Ended up giving it up, and that is going to be a game secured for Carmine Corp. Game one going their way.
Yep.
Vatira making his mark. I thought Vatira really did well keeping the pressure on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, 100%. And I was very impressed with the decision-making, too, on the defense from Carmine Corp, because they played a substantial amount of defense, 5 saves to their name compared to Moist, 4 saves. And it's not like Moist weren't able to build something on offense. They had some solid passing, threading the needle when they needed to and when they could. And for me, it just felt like that one opportunity right there was given up. Nobody on the backboard. And then towards the end, it definitely felt like the challenges just weren't working in favor of Moist. And now, Leaf, I know you got some updates. What do you got for us?
Yeah, we got a couple across the board here. In the upper round, obviously we saw KC take this one. Vitality gets their win. It was only a one goal win, so it's a close matchup, and I think that's something to James mentioned. You got to respect the players on that roster, so should be a good fight. And then EG and G1, I believe, are still in their first game. And then we have Algiri does get their first win over Heat. So in the elimination side. That's about it for now.
Those series, something to keep your eyes on.
Yes, sir.
Especially that Oxygen Monkey series.
I got my eyes on Oxygen. I think that's the story for me, is seeing how they're struggling in Switch stage. I mean, they just won the Fall Open and now are struggling to make it there. Do they go all the way to round 5? Moist Esports certainly don't want to go all the way and want to end it in this series if they can. Astral, so much work. He won a 50-50, got the recovery on the backboard, and was able to slip it out in front of the net.
Oh, that, and you saw Joyo actually jostling Itachi as well. There was so much going on during that play. You'd have to take a look at the replay to break it all down, but like you said, Astral, I think, doing the most work there. That last pass out, that was a great pass, and that resulted in the goal. Now another chance on the goal line. We're seeing a lot more aggression and offense. There's a ground pinch attempt from Rise. That one almost found the back of the net.
Moist starting to heat up, evaporating a bit on this field. See if Astral, that flip reset. He got a flip reset dunk. Rise, what a touch too from the corner. Creativity on display out of Moist Esports, and these are the mechanics that I expected, and I'm happy to see, because maybe we get a closer matchup and a closer series. This one heavily in favor of Moist.
Now that one almost going in. You saw Rise jumping for it. Now Rise needs to make the stop. It's been a 1v1 situation, but Rise so confidently faking the defense out. Now fakes out another one, gets the corner boost steal. Rise doing work.
Oh, but Astral's gonna need to find a touch in the midfield, and another win from Rise. You said he's doing work. This man is doing all the heavy lifting. Absolutely swole, winning challenges. And that was a big gripe, a big issue I had in game 1, where it just looked as though KC every challenge that they were going for in the midfield, whether it was on the offense, even in the defense. They were winning it. They were finding ways to. If they were losing the challenge, it would go back to their own player. And if they took the W on that challenge, somebody would be waiting far forward to benefit off of it. It's the opposite here in this game from Moist Esports. They're doing much better on the challenges. And as I say that, Astral's going to whiff and not get the touch. You missed one challenge, James. One challenge, and things start crumbling.
Yeah, and then Itachi gets the bump here, and Joyo, the clear came through, but it was right at Exotic. Exotic playing the dunk.
That hurts.
And, you know, sometimes for Joyo, all he's looking at is Itachi. He's just trying to beat Itachi, but Exotic had eyes on the play the whole time and was able to easily read where Joyo was going to go with that ball.
I think you got to bring up the fake to bait in Astral, who almost got a flip reset double tap. Yeah, that man's angry. He might have made Astral mad, and that is terrifying for the defense of KC.
KC, they found themselves trailing, but were able to tie it up. This has not been a high-scoring affair, tied at 1 apiece as we pass the halfway point of the game. Rye trying to add another one to the tally, but is denied by Exotic, who was on the back wall.
Really good sequence of passes, though, for Moist Esports. Good looks. That said, they've definitely improved and expanded upon how they were performing in Game 1. Astral seems to have more of an impact, getting demos, getting flip resets. Of course, he had that one mistake on defense, but there's still plenty of time to redeem himself and make some work on offense. We'll see if it happens.
A little bit of time. There's a demo on Astral. Another challenge from Itachi. Itachi being a thorn in the side of Moist. Rebound out to Vitira. He popped it high. Rise has Joyo. Joyo with the shot. Blocked, but a double commit.
Oh my, what?
Astral last back.
James, there was a double commit from KC, then Vatira follows it and gets a flip reset. I mean, how do you predict that, and how do you read that on the play when the team that goes for a double commit ends up getting a flip reset out of it? Very creative stuff from KC, making sure they're not in muddy water.
Speaking of creative, you saw that pool shot clear. Things just seeming to work out for K-Court.
I don't know what's going on, but they've cracked the code. Mistake or no mistake, they've definitely figured out ways to get around this Moist offense.
50 comes in, Vatira self-pass off the backboard. Awkward on the goal line. Itachi can't bump Joyo off the ball. The ground pinch was read by Exotic, cleared out. Now Astral with a boom opportunity.
Big clear.
Light lob up to Joyo. Joyo, flip reset, extra touch to the corner. Exotic smoothly into a dribble, but gets demoed. And now a chance for Moist.
Wow, look at Vatira go, though. That dribble out, kept it to himself. Running it back from his own end all the way into Moist's half. Gonna stall and waste time. Let your teammates get some boost. 10 seconds left. Moist Esports started strong. They want to finish strong, too. They might do it off that 50-50.
Seeing demo attempts on the goal line. And K-Court happy to let that ball hit the ground. They were under pressure in those final moments of regulation.
And they're happy to get this OT. A good opportunity to reset, but it is still in favor of Moist Esports. Rise, lovely little back pass, keeping possession. Astral, I've seen him time and time again go for creative plays. It seems like he is going to be the guy, the difference maker. And maybe he'll finish it. It's saved from Itachi. He got in front of it. Rise. It looked like he had the whole net to shoot at, but instead, somehow Itachi was there.
Itachi with the save of the day. And that keeps the overtime life alive.
No
the
way.
50 almost bounces in, hits crossbar, and goes out.
Oh, but he got bumped too. That would have been a good opportunity for Rise. He got taken out of the play. You just never know when one of these players will actually have a clear lane because of the physicality, the aggression, and now the dunks. Look at the plays from Vatira.
Little corner boost for Exotic. It just spawned under him. Vatira, nice first touch around the first defender. Flip reset. Going for another flip reset.
My.
It's bouncing on the goal line, cleared out by Astral. Now Joyo against Exotic. Joyo, nice little wave dash. He'll
Here's
push
Joyo.
it past him.
Maybe he goes for the bump. He could have taken out Exotic, but doesn't find it. Bumps have been in favor. Another win from Vatira. Every time this man is behind the ball, he's creating space and opening up more shooting lanes. 50-50 win for Itachi. A bump comes through. Now a double kick for Moist Esports, and there's space given up to Carmine Corps.
Astro, huge speed. Now numbers advantage
That's
for
mad.
Moist, but Exotic will be able to boom it downfield easily. Astral back up to Joyo. Joyo off the ceiling. It's a bit awkward for Itachi. Itachi is able to challenge it, and Vatira flicks it around Exotic. This seems like confusion for K-Corp, but they still make it work. Now numbers advantage. Lead blocking play. Vatira denied by Rise.
A double commit from KC. Then Vatira can recover, get past 2 players, and make it go to the other side of the field all by himself. But Moist Esports have been able to withstand this pressure, regardless of what's happening, regardless of if there's a demo. They have been able to keep this game all tied up and still in OT. Credit where credit is due. Now they've just got to find ways to transition.
Vatira, flip reset, quickly uses it. Now Astral getting demoed midair by Itachi, but Astral still got the clear downfield. Rise looking for the bump on Exotic. Exotic beats out the bumps, but he's out of boost.
Astral.
Joyo. That was
there's
creative
mechanic.
flip reset.
That's why the tweet's coming out. Almost made it work. Creativity on display. And these challenges are so important, James. I can't emphasize it enough. One of these challenges has got to go in favor of Moist Esports, and when it does, I can really see them ending this OT early. They've been able to stand tall on defense.
Ending it early. We're already 3 minutes into this.
Ending early in the OT. Listen, we've gone to 15-minute OTs before. 3 minutes is nothing.
I don't care what you say. 3 minutes is not early in OT.
Don't worry. You're saying that now, but once we get into 10 minutes, I think 3 minutes will sound real early to you, James.
I mean, maybe you're right, Turtle. And this does seem like it could be a long one.
What is
with
that?
how even the teams are playing. Exotic to the corner, double tap ball after leave it. And so does Exotic. Rebound to Vatira.
Nope.
Save from Astral. He pitches it off the post and it goes all the way down to K-Corp's corner.
And now we're on the other side. There was a demo from Exotic on Rise, and the ball was still falling in. Pressure was relieved. For Moist Esports looked to be on the brink of extinction. They found a way to survive, keep us in OT. Past 4 minutes now, and you don't know who's going to take it. Each team exchanging blows, having great opportunities, showing signs of creativity, putting their mechanics on display. Who will fall first?
Exotic's all the way out of the play. No boost, the bump, rebound, right!
Oh my God!
He missed the shot!
Oh,
That was the chance for Moist!
that was the one. That was the shot. Maybe it could be ended quickly again from what we saw Astral go for. I'm losing my mind. You think it's going to be over. Rise should have hit that shot. He was right in front of it on the corner.
I thought Rise was going to hit it and win this one early into the overtime.
He had to. Well, now we've hit 5 minutes. I don't think it's early anymore. Okay, we'll stop saying that.
I mean, well, Turtle, I feel like I could just say it's oh, wait, hold on.
Oh,
There we have it!
there it is.
Where was the defense?
He got demoed. He got taken out. I believe I saw a demo somewhere on the play.
Oh, no,
It was.
he demoed, but got bounced back. Itachi, even though he demoed, he got pushed back.
Yeah, you see him.
So it was a self-sacrifice that opened up that back line.
Painful one. He was looking for it himself, trying to find it, and maybe that could have alleviated the pressure, but you know what it's like when you go for a demo and your speed gets taken out slightly. Could kill everything in that rotation, especially against a team where your rotations need to be picture perfect.
So,
Right, they have to be. Well, what's up, Lee?
yeah,
you
that
got?
game lasted so long that we have some other matches almost.
Okay.
I mean, some series are probably done by now.
Yeah, it's getting close. Evil Geniuses is that match.
No, that was an early overtime, all right?
It was an early overtime. Evil Geniuses is at match point. Team Vitality, Tundra, they're going 1-1 in their game 3, and it's tied 1-1 on the scoreboard as well. And then we also have Algiri at match point against Heat 2-1. Oxygen lost game 1 to Monkeys, but they're bouncing back now with a game win. And in game 3, they're up 5-0.
Okay.
So
that's what convinces me. It's not the bounce back in game 2. It's the game 3 score line. Because otherwise I'm kind of scared. I'm shaking for Oxygen.
Yeah,
you're still a little bit worried. Just one game. You see it all the time where it goes 5-1 one game and then it swaps over to the other team 5-1ing. So it's still a little bit concerning that they've dropped that game. This could be interesting.
Yeah. And then final one is Team Liquid on match point against Team Go, but Team Go is up 2-0 in that third game. So we have match points, but teams bouncing back, and G1 just got one on their series, so it's 2-1 EG to G1.
Oh man, teams bouncing back indeed, James Bott. And one of these teams will have to bounce back. They're not going to be eliminated yet. They will go to round 5, but it goes without saying, these teams definitely want to qualify and make it to the playoffs right now, right here in this series alone, and we just might get that. We're not on match point yet, but it looks like Rise wants to send us there.
Oh, this was such a nice 50. You see Rise side flipping, knowing that Exotic wanted to clear that out in the direction that he was going. And it wasn't the prettiest of goals for Moist, but they'll take it. And this has been a very low-scoring series as well, so that is an incredibly important goal.
Tug-of-war match. It's felt like very physical. Sometimes you'll get a series where these teams are constantly air dribbling. There's a lot more space, but this one, I've seen multiple times, especially from KC, where they'll have 2 players go for a challenge on the goal line against Moist Esports. And then that goal we just saw from Rise, he's trying to force it through, go for a 50-50 and let it roll in. Very aggressive and very challenge-orientated here between these two teams.
Joyo will land on it. Pinch off the corner. Exotic trying to keep the play alive. Astral. Now Itachi leaves the ball. No one from his team went for it, but Itachi causing some pain. And now a shot opportunity. Rise went up. Itachi waited and almost read Rise's touch, but it wasn't meant to be for Itachi.
Batira found that read, but couldn't get the boost in time. And I think he looked for the midfield boost, didn't have any. None in the tank, but he's got 20 to his name now. Doesn't win the challenge, but it sets up Exotic's dribble. A monster flick, forces 2 players to go for it. And we'll see if Itachi can make it work. He tries to go for the drop-down shot and hit it, but good looks for the team in blue.
Batira flip reset. Rise tipping it away. Exotic.
Oh, another one.
Going
another one.
Near post. I thought that window was closed, but apparently I had a gap.
Look at this little stutter. You see Exotic. See him hit the brakes right there, James? Joyo's taking note of that. Tries to anticipate. Okay, he took a little bit of a break. He's going to go for a 50-50 and try and muscle this through the same way that these teams have done every single game. But an early shot is going to go and make a very difficult read for Joyo.
Yeah, and Joyo had just gotten bumped and had 0 boost to get back to the play. So with any boost, maybe Joyo would have been able to get back there and close off that angle just a bit sooner.
Massive play from Exotic. That's the way you want to start a game. But an even better one, I'd say, for Joyo to start it, or not Joyo, excuse me, Rise to start things early. And then speaking of Joyo, here he comes. Hit him with some mechanics. You got the demo and you got the space to do it.
And I love that he's using the Pele. He's using the Pele deep down, and he does that.
Oh, baby.
It was a beautiful shot.
The mechanics are here for Joyo. That's why. See, James?
Now I believe
you got to trust it. You believe it now? You believe me?
But I believe it because I saw what he did.
Look, when Joyo tweets, it's over. It's facts. It's set in stone, all right? That's how it gets done.
I don't think setting it in stone makes much of a difference either.
Oh my, you are something else. You know that?
I'm just saying, I don't think the medium of which you write something on has any bearing on its truthfulness.
Okay, we could go down the rabbit hole of this philosophical debate. What's the philosophical approach here from Carmine Club now? They're down 1 goal. What do they have to change, James?
Are you sure they're down 1? Okay, I thought it was going to be another. I think for Carmine Corp, You just have to keep going for those demos. I feel like so much of their early success was from their bumps and demos, and even their last goal was from a bump in net. So amp that up.
Oh my goodness, and amp that passing up as well. In the corner, Exotic decided to stay and extend his rotation. Pass was found from Itachi. Big clear downfield, but Vatira isn't in position. Maybe that's something they could change up too, is this positioning for when you push downfield and how you respond to your own teammates' clears. Helps you get the transition. Another one lobbed, but it's on the other side. Back down, but look at the response from Joyo. We didn't get that from KC, and now we're getting opportunities because of it. A good response, good catch from the clear, and an even better shot.
And Exotic even taking a little bit of time. He didn't boost back. Thought that no matter what, Rise was not going to get enough power on that shot. Actually was sitting there not boosting. And Rise, recognizing that, put it, it wasn't even far post, but still had enough power on it to beat the final defender. Exotic probably wishing that he could have that one back.
Right. And I really want to talk about that challenge too from Joyo. How he was able to stuff Itachi in the midfield. That's what I mentioned a lot in game 1, where it just felt like every challenge was going against Moist Esports. Something has changed here. I don't know if they've just decided to amp up the speed, potentially have more boost now and prioritizing those pads, but there's been a big shift with who's winning these challenges, and even there you see Joyo off the ceiling wins the challenge. Stuffs everyone on KC, and Exotic is going to look for something else, but instead he's met with a high-flying Moist.
Moist defense, they are locking it down. And now a very precarious situation. Exotic, he jumped for it, but so did Joyo, and Joyo jumped a little bit sooner.
Oh man, and he's rotating back. He takes the midfield boost, and because of that, he's got all of this boost to work with. Hovers in the air, smacks it down, a big spike. 4th goal in favor of Moist Esports. And it looks like we're gonna get match point.
Joyo is playing out of this.
He's going crazy. He's going crazy.
He is going crazy this game. Those 2 goals he had were beauts.
Yeah. Well, and
even that read was so difficult, so close off the backboard, coming from the side like that. Yeah. Now the flip reset that would have been on target. Joyo has ascended to the next level of Rocket League gameplay.
Absolutely. And he's at 100% goal participation in this game. 2 assists, 2 goals. Every 50-50 was just 1 for Joyo. Rise coming in as that clutch striker, and Astral filling in the gaps. It does look like Vatira left this match. Maybe he's going to change his car up, go for a little bit of a placebo change. And I'm sure now as we bring back Leaf into this, that other teams are struggling with the same thing, trying to swap it up, figure out how they can stop taking some L's here, Leaf.
Yeah, well, I think first off, we need to trust Joyo anytime he tweets.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, dude. Nobody believes.
But this time.
Well, hey, we learned our lesson, okay? Yeah, we learned our lesson here. Algiri does come through 3-1 Heat, so they stay alive. Heat is now eliminated. They're out. Oxygen is doing their best to stay in. They're up 1-0 right now on match point. By the way, that 6-0 scoreline I told you about turned into an 8-2 scoreline. So a lot more goals that have getting scored. And Team Liquid on match point to knock out Go. They're up 5-2 right now with 1:30 left. So looking like they'll probably end up qualify through to round 5. And then Vitality on match point against Tundra, but Tundra is up in that 4th game.
And wouldn't that be something to see Vitality after such a heartbreaking event, in the Fall Open, to come back and qualify for playoffs?
Ooh, I don't think anybody would be against that. You love to see that name get brought back up. And here comes Rise, bringing his name back up on the screen, coming through, and hits off of that Joyo Rise dynamic where it bounces flawlessly for him.
Yeah, if you take a screenshot, all 3 players from Carmine Corp were within a meter of one another. They were so close. And that was an easy cleanup goal for Moist, who are now on a hot streak. It seems like right now they've got Carmine Corp shaking at the knees. One more haymaker, I think that Moist will take him out.
And then the challenge right here from Astro, he's still going for it. That read that I just witnessed from Joyo. Rise is hitting every shot that comes his way in the past few games. And then, oh my goodness, he gets the save as well. looked impossible. A big 50 win from Rise. Moist Esports, they have got something else going on for them. They have figured out and eliminated all of the issues previously in game 1.
Joyo. Air dribble to his own back corner. Rise waiting, but Zon, get away from him. Astral against Exotic. Joyo here to help. Joyo, pinch it out. Goes to the opposite moist corner. Rise clearing it downfield. Astral looking for the dunk, but Vatira gets it over him.
Rise, not the best touch, but very, I want to say rushed from Exotic. Vatira looking for a demo. Maybe that's an issue we're not seeing out of KC. Panicking with a lot of these touches, but a mind game could do some damage. Flick over one as well. A moon flick, and the bump comes through. He's also going to be the one to finish this. How much more damage can you do?
So, I mean, this was creative. Vatira, knowing that he's probably not going to get a shot on target that won't get blocked, decides to just bump Astral out of the play. That was, from every member from Karmine Corp, a really intelligent play. They were digging deep to get that goal.
I mean, they worked for it, James. Think about what has to go well in that situation. Rise had gotten 2 demos. Astro looked to force things in. And I'm talking about KC working for their demo and working for their goal. Moist is also working for their second goal. Demos left and right. 50-50s win. And now they're going to get that swipe across for Astro to finish it.
Yeah, Vatira came out sniffing, and then on his rotation back, was caught out by that Rise pass. Nice play from Rise, and Astral in the right position, slamming that in easily. Now Rise looking to either bump Exotic or get the redirect, did neither. And now possession back to K-Corp.
So much layered Rocket League in front of our eyes. Every play has multiple different factors going into it, whether it be a fake, a mind game, double demos with a pass across. Astro and Rise also getting a double demo together. Somehow Itachi has to get this ball to the other side.
Yeah, Itachi has been so sturdy on defense. That play was a very scary play. He was the only defender left. This one, another scary defensive play. Joyo trying to pinch that through. Astro will hit it back, steals the mid boost. Rise has the corner. But Moist have all the way downfield to go. Rise flicking around one, but Exotic stops it at the midfield. Astral into an air dribble. Into a 50-50. Didn't, thought about going for the flip reset. Decided the 50 was better.
KC have definitely done a great job of fending off as much as possible that they could against Moist Esports. A mid-air demo from Exotic. It connected. There was, of course, somebody in the goal waiting for it. There's only a 1-goal difference between these two teams. The shots have been, of course, in favor of Moist, but KC have the potential and opportunities to get back.
Astral recognizing couldn't get to the ball, but instead changing targets for the bump. Astral, the slow play. 50 out to Joyo! Open net! And Joyo will score it!
Look at the challenge game from Astral. He hits the brakes and lets 2 players go for it, muscles it past 2 of them. It squeezes out into the middle, and you've got somebody there. It's Joyo to capitalize, punish, and make this a 2-goal lead.
Turtle, I don't know why I ever doubted anything.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. There is something magical about when Joyo tweets. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I caught a vibe from that tweet. I'm not gonna lie. And whenever he said his mechanics have been feeling good since, or the best since LA, I knew that KC is gonna have a monster to deal with.
It looks like revenge will be Moist if they can hold on for less than a minute. 2 goals as well. They've got padding. Wow. Maybe they'll get more here. Astral the 50. Joyo the shot. There's a demo. And Itachi will get the save. Now on the other end. Almost the goal. That one went off the crossbar and out.
Would have been a solo play. But Tira, it looked like they needed that. 30 seconds left. They've got to score as soon as possible. You're running out of time. The next drive forward, you've got to get a goal. 2 goals needed. One of them. You've got to score at least 1 right here. Otherwise, Moist are going to walk away with the series win.
Exotic.
This has to be it. This has
Pass
to be
down
it.
Itachi, weak shot. And that's going
No,
to be
that's it.
Zero to Itachi. And Itachi does not make contact.
Oh,
and that is going to do it. Moist gets their revenge on K-Corp and Ford.
and Rise, that ball floated across. Rise dropped a close one in the chat, as indeed it was a close one, but Itachi not close enough. Moist Esports, well-deserved victory, and in my opinion, off the back of Joyo and those mechanics.
I think you're 100% right. Joyo, he was a mad lad. That breezy earlier, scoring on, and then also that read off the backboard, 2 huge goals from Joyo. And then, I mean, Carmine Corp put up a fight. They had some good bump plays. I think their bump plays worked out really well for them in this series. They just needed more.
All right, we've got to have some results, Leaf. There's been so much time that has passed now. Give it to us. Give it to us.
All the other games were delayed. No, we've got results. We have Monkeys being eliminated by Oxygen 3-1. So Oxygen will continue on to round 5. Team Liquid take down Team Go 3-1. So they're also eliminated. And then, of course, we head over to Tundra versus Team Vitality. They're in game 5. That's the last matchup for them. For this round, sorry.
This is like Vitality fans.
Oh,
what are they grabbing onto? Like, there's so much hope for them right now.
And Alpha just scored.
And Alpha, come on, minute 16 left. They've just got to waste time. Just hold it down. But Tundra Esports, never know, man. That boy Cassio that you were talking about, James Bot, might start popping off.
Well, time's running out to pop off, at least in this series. For years, you always get nervous when you have those air dribbles into a 50 because you never know which way that ball is going to pinch out.
Dude, I still can't get over that previous series with how important those challenges were. Like, I've never seen a game and a series where the ball is stuck in front of the net and you've got to force that ball past 2 players. It's ridiculous.
Hey, let's do a listen in now and give you guys a rest and get some hype from these casters.
Ça va aider son équipe à remonter sur le terrain. Rizex qui s'impose là face à Rado en double commit entre Season et Alpha. Il faut garder les nerfs solides, le sang-froid dans ces dernières secondes. Ne pas double commit, ne pas offrir de but à cette équipe de Tundra avec Riziers qui tente une passe là, mais c'est bien bloqué par Radozin. Rizex qui va aller chercher le boost probablement qui n'était pas là. Finalement, c'est une relance pour Cassio. Trop longue, c'est Season le premier. Ouais, ça drop pour Radozin qui tente sa chance. Rizex sera à la parade. Season qui s'impose devant Riziers. Rizex va pouvoir rejouer cette balle sans difficulté. Ça revient dans les roues de Radozin qui va se faire démolir par Riziers. On n'arrive pas à relancer, on n'arrive pas à construire. Côté Tundra, Rizex là qui essaie d'écarter pour Cassio. Peut-être les 1-2 à venir, il y a pas mal de démolitions. C'est un 1-2-3 finalement. Cassio qui essaie de temporiser, trouver une passe pour Riziers. Mais on est revenu du côté de Season et on est à 0 secondes. Il va falloir garder ce ballon en vie. Ils l'ont pas joué, Bashi. Au revoir Tundra.
Wow. Did you see those demos? I thought we were gonna see it. I thought we were gonna see it from Tundra. That looked like the opportunity to get the goal line, the last buzzer beater shot. The drama just doesn't show up today.
Well, we had some good matches earlier that were.
I don't know what he's talking about. The drama doesn't show up.
We need every single series.
Oh my goodness! But is this not crazy that Vitality, after not even making it anywhere close, they've done it. They made it. They made playoffs. That's incredible.
Well, there it is. Now with Go, Monkeys, Heat eliminated, we have Moist, EG, and Vitality getting their way through into that single limb. So we have 3 more spots left, which means we'll have to go into round 5 and find out who those teams are going to be. So please do not go anywhere as we're nearing the end of day 1 of the European Fall Cup.
That's the one with the Kyle pops it up. Now jumps up
feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you step on the house, you feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween.
Right now, I'd say EU's pretty top heavy, to be honest. Like, I don't know, it seems like there's a few teams at the top and they're just contending for the top, and then below, like, there's just a few teams I can't see winning or getting extremely far. Whereas in like NA, there's a lot of people like beating each other and going to the top. And I don't think it's the same in EU right now.
He's still going to goes in. Skeptical, but Astral makes it work. That was a bit of a stretch, but yeah.
I mean, I think it's pretty obvious who our rivals are going to be for this season. I mean, we've got Carmine, and Astral came from Carmine, Vitra went to Carmine. You know, we're having similar results right now, so I guess you'd say Carmine are our biggest rivals.
Third man rotation, is it going to be Moist to break the deadlock? Joyle with the first goal.
5 teams making Rotterdam, I'd probably say BDS, us, Oxygen, Carmine. And then for the 5th spot, I don't know who I'd pick because Quadrant have good points right now, but then I also think Liquid might make it.
Well, never misses the ball. Look at him. He's got the power there from the ceiling. Absolute brilliance from the Belgian.
Playing as someone like Astral is way different than like Vitira, but I mean, it's fun to watch. I mean, he's got the mechanics and he's fast, and you know, for someone like me as well, who's mechanical, I can learn a lot from someone like Astral.
For both teams, right? He has been teasing us with flip resets this entire series, and maybe when it matters most, he sinks one.
Last regional isn't what we wanted exactly, but we didn't play bad. Like, we didn't play nowhere near as good as we can though, and we're at boot camp now. We're gonna get boot camp buff, and we're gonna show everyone what we can do.
From the Moist metronome, the man who controls their plays, and it's from his play that Liquid have finally broken. Moist, a million saves along the way, but they win the overtime.
You lift me off of the ground. I close my eyes and I wait for the come down. I used to live in the now. Now I'm wiser to think that we are bulletproof. Teens with thicker skin, now we just bruise. We were hopeless and we're hopeless now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air, singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care, and I remember, yeah, I remember. Now, but I remember we threw our fists in the air, singing. I remember when we were kids, never scared, yeah. And the sky went dark, we used our hearts to guide us. You showed me you care, and I remember, yeah, I remember. I remember.
I'm stuck inside of these walls with you. I don't recognize who I've turned into. I'm losing hope in getting myself back. Everything around me is starting to.
We near the end of day one of the European Fall Cup with only 3 spots remaining in the final bracket for the weekend. I'm Leaf X, and I am joined again by James Bot and Turtle for the final round. James, we got through Vitality last round. I think some people are surprised maybe by this comeback here, but it looked good.
It certainly did. I think Vitality, they've got a certain level of redemption. I think they still need to do a lot. This is a team that aspires for a major. I think, you talk to anybody in the European region and the expectations on an organization like Vitality are always to be, at or near the top. And so Vitality still has a long way to go, but this was a huge step in the right direction.
And Turtle, I just want to mention, D-Rex pointing out here, 5 of the 6 teams here in round 5 were top 8 last regional.
Well, that's actually just ridiculous. Thinking about the teams that have already qualified, now we've got some new faces in the playoffs, which I think is always fun to witness and fun to see. And it makes the race for Rotterdam that much more exciting to me personally, because these teams are going to be neck and neck with points every single game. Every single series is going to matter at the end. And now that we've come all the way down to round 5, you get to question, will stamina come into play? Which team is actually a little bit tired? I mean, these Swiss stages, while they're amazing, they run a little bit longer than most players are. I'd say they're used to it now, but still, 5 different series in a day, that can be a lot and very mentally draining.
Well, let's take a look at the matchups here. As we said, 5 of these 6 teams top 8 last time. 3 of them are going to be eliminated after this because only 3 can make it to that bracket for day 2 tomorrow. Algieri being the odd man out here as the only team that wasn't in top 8. So we'll see if maybe they can make an upset, but they'll be facing off against G1 Oxygen versus Tundra. And then, of course, here on this stream, we're going to be looking at K-Corp versus Team Liquid. K-Corp, I personally, James, thought this team would have been through in an earlier round, but here they are in round 5.
Yeah, and this is a very tough matchup. Team Liquid, a team that's made it to a major before. You even heard in Joyo's interview during the break that he expects Team Liquid to be make it a run towards the top. So this is not an easy draw by any means. I think either one of these teams is going to be disappointed with a loss. But yeah, I honestly, I think you have to give the nod to K-Corp, but Liquid, they are so talented. If they are playing, if they're playing a great series, then they certainly have what it takes to take down K-Corp.
Yeah. And they have played each other in the Swiss stage of the Fall Open in round 2, where KC was able to take the win in a sweep, which it's not telling of everything that's going to go down in the series, but there's at least that little bit of confidence that they have taken the dub. However, this is round 5. There's way more pressure on the line, so you don't know what's going to happen.
Well, chat, who do you think is going to succumb to the pressure? Hashtags in the chat right now. Hashtag TL for Team Liquid or hashtag KC for K-Corp. Let's get some analyst thoughts on this one, because I think it is really going to be a close matchup. Obviously, James just said the nod goes to K-Corp, but a lot of other teams are looking out for Team Liquid. Like Moist, they're saying watch out for them. And I think in the European region, what we've seen so far, that's accurate. But I am still going to sit on the side of K-Corp. I'm with James that there's a slight favor to them coming into this matchup. Their pressure's on, but I think they should have this one, James.
Yeah, I think most people would agree with you, but this is why we play the games, is to see if that indeed is what is going to go down. Team Liquid, they've got all the tools in the toolkit, but Karmine Corp, they're a very, very good team, as we all know. But that last series versus Moist showed a little bit of their vulnerability. However, I don't know if there will be someone playing at Joyo's level on Team Liquid. We'll have to wait and see, but Karmine Corp certainly had an issue with Joyo.
Yeah, when it comes down to it, I'm on the same page as you, James. I think that for the most part, KC, I'm going to join you, James. KC.
Across the board.
Across the board.
Yeah,
KC.
KC
It's
across
got
the
to be
board.
KC. I don't know if there's somebody who can step up to that level. And while we did see the weaknesses, of course, of Carmine Corp, I still saw so many great moments from all three of those players. You know, Itachi, Vatira, and Exotic were handling it when they needed to. They came short and fell short a little bit. But for the most part, I don't think they need to just, sound the alarms and panic, because there was still a good performance and a good showing against Moist.
I'm a bit worried for you guys. I haven't been doing too well in predictions. So,
But Turtle's been perfect.
that's true. Okay, we're gonna balance. We're gonna balance it out. Maybe. Chat,
Have I been perfect? I don't think I have, but I don't even know.
I can't remember. I honestly.
I'm so used to being wrong that I just assume I'm wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. K-Corp's got a big fan base out there that they're going to take this one in the fan vote. And again, looks like they are the favorites, James, going into this matchup. But we'll see how Team Liquid answers.
Yes, we will. Team Liquid and K-Corp for one of the final playoff spots available.
There's no tweets this time to base our prediction off of, James.
I was going to ask you, if you had seen anything on the
I don't know. I mean, I haven't checked the timeline in a minute. I know that that can always play into a factor. But no, these teams, they're not doing it. Or maybe they are. Maybe somebody's going to step up even more than what we saw at Joyo today. Oh my goodness. It might be Vatira hitting this top right corner. A snipe from the midfield. Oh my.
That was at 82 miles an hour, 132 kilometers per hour. That was a bazooka.
That felt emotional. That felt like after that last.
And what was the emotion?
The emotion was anger and frustration, and he took it all out on that one shot.
That poor ball.
I know.
Did you see the way it exploded?
Insane. PSI's got to be at least half a necrotic. While it wasn't as strong of a shot, it was still wide open for him and good positioning. And also this pass on a 50-50 from Oski to get it over there.
And you saw Atal with the bump on Vatira. That was a key bump that opened up the goal line wide for a chronic.
Wow. Well, that first goal from Vatira, I was like, all right, it's over. Casey wins. And then now, I'm not.
Didn't take long for that to get evened up.
Didn't take long for me to get absolutely shut up.
Atal to Oski. Play broken up by Vatira. The ball back out to a chronic. Exotic on the other side of the field. On the arc, it drops down, and Atal will hit it downfield. Itachi misses the double tap. A chronic off the corner pass to Oski, but Oski was blocked out by Vatira. Still pressure from Team Liquid. Vatira will go for a clear, booms it upfield, and a chronic stops it. Double tap off the ceiling. Atau quick to support, but lost possession of the ball.
Big demo from Itachi in the midfield. And I think for me, I want to see if Team Liquid are as swole as Moist Esports. They're going to need to push this ball through on a lot of challenges. It did actually happen in the first goal, or for the first goal for Team Liquid, with a big 50-50 win from Oski, but that's got to continue to happen. It needs to be a frequent theme that we see. Otherwise, Carmine Corp are going to be able to take this game in style, and it is going to be Oski behind the ball again.
I mean, if you watch, Vatira was so far out of the play, was a bit nonchalant, rotating back, and you saw how close he was to getting that save. If Vatira was a little bit more expedient getting back, that would have been a save. But fortunately for Team Liquid, they'll be walking away with the lead.
Right, and it also looked like Exotic should have gotten a touch, and immediately bouncing back is going to be KC. Off of, I believe, a demo from Itachi. He hunts down Oski, who was in the net, then takes out a Chronic, 2 players deleted, and of course it's wide open.
Yeah, what do you do, Itachi? The madman.
Yeah, he's hungry.
I mean, I feel like he's stuffed now. He just ate 2 cars.
Unless he got the package deal, remember? Expanding your car that we've been going on.
Yeah.
I mean, Calm got like 20 demos in the game. That man really just absolutely decked out his entire car. Here comes Itachi again. This has been back and forth, a really awkward battle, I'd say, in the midfield where no team has had full possession. It's just been one or the other, one-sided. No midfield presence at all, and that's going to be Itachi coming through.
And that was smart positioning from Itachi, even though he had low boost. Recognizing that he needed to be there just in case that pitch came out mid, and it did. It was well done by Itachi, who has been so consistent. One of the most consistent players you'll see in the RLCS. Chronic. The corner, 0 boost for Itachi.
Oh my goodness. What, that would have been ridiculous. The pre-flip double tap, it still opened up a shooting lane for Eto, but didn't capitalize as much as he wanted to. Here's Itachi again, that consistency coming through. Pass over from Exotic, but read well by the defense of Team Liquid. And maybe they can get one go, but to tie things up in a better state for Vatira.
Vatira, he saw 2 attackers gunning him down, but was in a great position for that hard shot. Atao not able to get it by. Vatira clearing off the goal line again. A Chronic controlling it in the air into an air dribble. Atao was also jumping rebound out to Aki, and Itachi got a piece of it, but it wasn't enough.
A Chronic, absolute madman with these air dribbles over everybody, even over one of his own players to set up that shot. And Itachi, you said it yourself, he got a touch of it, he got a piece of it. I thought maybe there was a chance if it got a better bounce or possibly a better angle, but it was still floating in even after he got a piece of it.
Chronic, his shot blocked by Vatira. Atao trying to be creative with that center ball, but couldn't get it out there. Clear downfield, Oski with the tip off the ceiling. Was thinking about going for the double, but just too far away. Itachi up, center ball. Vatira lays off, saw Oski already up. Oski flip reset, broken up by Exotic. 1 pad for Itachi, and it wasn't enough to do much. There's a block out. Itachi with the corner boost. Goes back out to the middle. Atao 50'd by Vatira, and it goes back into the Team Liquid corner. Exotic with a win. Itachi, the shot blocked by a Chronic who got out there early to close down the lane.
Immaculate defense and the rotations from Team Liquid. Spot on. Communication hasn't slipped up once. Haven't seen a double commit or any awkward positioning. Making sure to deny anybody from KC who has an opportunity. I think that for Team Liquid, a Chronic, he has been the pillar of their offense. He needs to continue coming up big. And here he is again, there's space. What's he gonna do with it? Throws it into the corner, he's around 1, around 2. It's plays like that, James, that could give the edge to Team Liquid.
Oh, it does! Atao! He fires this one on target, catching K-Corp out.
Man. Oh, you feel for Exotic and also Vatira. In very awkward spots, nobody had rotated to the far post. Nobody was in position for an earlier shot. And for Team Liquid, 1 shot off of a great play from a Chronic, and you just might win the first game so long as his ball drops.
Oh my, I don't know how that wasn't at 0 seconds, but it hit, and now will finally hit. And Team Liquid with a Game 1 victory over K-Corp. K-Corp in the final moment. You saw Vatira get a little bit out of position. Exotic was also on the wall near post. Nobody was covering the near post option.
Right.
And despite the strong start, I mean, the game started out with that 132-kilometer-per-hour top corner goal from Vatira. And you thought that that might be an omen for what K-Corp was going to do this game, but Team Liquid just kept on fighting.
I thought that top right corner was enough of a Band-Aid and a bandage to put on this K-Corp team to stop them from bleeding after their loss against Moist Esports. But simply put, it was not enough, and we'll see if there's any more damage and bleeding in the other team's leave.
Well, I mean, there's some, I suppose. There's always a losing team in one of these matchups. And right now,
unfortunately, somebody has to lose.
There's some, but I mean, you could just sit there, I guess, and tie and over infinite overtime. But Oxygen are up 1-0 right now. It's tied 2-2 in game 2. And just to let you know, Cole is currently doing a crab dance on Team 1.
Cole, it's just that accent really just takes a toll on him. I can tell.
Yeah, that's the state of that stream right now. But I do believe
what's the accent, Turtle? You know how to do it?
It's got to be no. I mean, Cole distinctively. Nobody's ever said this, but Cole actually fakes his accent. He's not British. He doesn't have an accent.
Oh.
He's been faking it this whole time. So it's got to take some.
Did you
like
say he was from
North
like
America.
he was from Indiana?
He's actually from Idaho, but I
Idaho.
kind of have to
What
expose
am
him.
I?
Nobody else needs to post about this though. Okay, it's fine.
We'll see how K-Corp respond. Team Liquid, you know, despite all of us going K-Corp, we knew that Team Liquid has the ability. This is such a promising team.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a demo. The flip reset, the drop down, and Tachi got a touch, but didn't clear it out enough. And Oski keeps the Team Liquid flowing.
K-Corp just can't stop panicking, and it's hard to read that. You've got two players, Itachi and Vatira, swiping across because of that flip reset that they both didn't expect from Atso. Vatira, he's trying to clean things up. He says, okay, you don't have the challenge. I have to go as well. Two players fly by, and Oski, a clean-up goal. The janitor for this team. Such an important role, and they're up 1-0.
Oski, huge start and huge first goal for Oski. Archronic now a chance to make his mark. Double tap ball leaks out to the middle of the field. Oski double tap off the side wall, but Itachi got a piece of it. Archronic with the 50. Itachi on target. Atao back just in the nick of time.
I can't believe he read that. Itachi was in the perfect spot to respond to that 50-50. That's how, at the back of his mind, he must have known there was a chance a shot could come through, because if he went for a boost corner, or a corner boost, excuse me, he would have been absolutely mistaken. And here they are mistaken against K-Corp. Off the backs of Vatira, Itachi turns early in the corner, hunts for a demo, and Achronic is forced to go high while Vatira goes low.
And we've seen this play multiple times out of K-Corp. They are so eager and ready for that lead blocker play.
They're ready.
It's going to work out a couple times for them in just the two matches we've passed. But now they're getting clipped on. Vatira puts a hand up, but Oski rains the goal down.
And you think, what is Exotic doing here? He's out of position a little bit too far forward. You gave some free real estate to Oski, just handed it to him. And at this point, at this stage in Rocket,
nothing's free, Turtle.
You can't give it to him. No, that was free. That was a free backboard.
No, he had to work for that. Well, I mean, that was doing work.
You know he's up for that shot. He's gonna hit the double tap, James. Come on.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
James, you're telling me that backboard wasn't free?
No, nothing's free.
It's free real estate. Okay. What is this philosophical talk?
I'm sorry.
Really good philosopher here.
I apologize. I'm just I'm an analyst. What's the difference?
Good. Not much apparently. And Exotic, the difference between him right now and scoring this tying goal, I think, is just pushing forward, getting aggressive, and also finding those reads. He's been out of position, but now he's able to strike and put a shot up for Vatira, or excuse me, a pass up, who's definitely in position for this.
Yeah, and Vatira has been upfield quite a bit.
Yeah.
Looking for these opportunities. It finally comes, and he does not disappoint. Really a great play as well. The vision from Exotic to find Vatira and put the ball right on his hood.
That's got to feel good for Exotic.
K-Corp.
I mean, Exotic was the issue for the last goal, which gave Team Liquid the advantage. And now he's able to respond nicely, get involved on offense. Hopefully, forget about that previous play and move forward. And K-Corp certainly have, as it's only been them off the kickoff, all this possession going their favor.
Exotic blocked out at the midfield. Atao, low 50. Achronic against Itachi, but Itachi able to roll it up cleanly. Vatira waiting to see if the ball leaks out, but that touch will force him to rotate out. Oski with the block. Vatira controlling it to a dribble, faking one. Oski
fake.
the last one. Atao recognizing that infield passing lane and shut it down.
K-Corp are never scared to hit the brakes. Go for a mind game, try and pull off a fake. Vatira almost pulled off a 50-50 win off the solo air dribble. But this defense from Team Liquid, hard as nails, putting in the work. Question is, how long will this last, James?
I don't know, because you got the Itachi pry bar pulling the nails
Yeah.
out. You saw him going for bump after bump on the back wall. And that last goal for Carmine Corp coming from a bump from Itachi.
And that's kind of been like their go-to approach. If things aren't working with solo plays, you've got to have a lead blocker, go for a demo, and ideally get a good challenge, if not a shot, after the demo. That's a ridiculous touch from Itachi. Well, Exotic got a demo. Now this means they won't have to deal with too much pressure so long as they're in front of the clear.
For a moment there, I was going to see it if we had mutators on.
Yeah.
How hard that ball is getting zinged back and forth. Final minute, Oski. Oski has 2 for Team Liquid. Carmine Corp, they've got 2 from the bumper of Batira. It's a showdown between Oski and Batira. We'll get the final word.
Oh, what a touch from Batira. Is that going in? Oh my goodness. Batira, the backflip clear here. What a response. The reaction time, impeccable. And it's all the way down the other end.
I asked who would get the final word.
Oh, man.
Batira does. And the question is now, will they shut up Team Liquid? That was crazy.
Getting that timing where it hits the top of your car mid backflip, that is one that you are happy to go out with. 30 seconds left. Batira winning another 50-50. He just does not stop in this game. A hat trick for him.
That was Psycho-esque.
Yeah.
The backflip, you don't really see many goals like that.
Yeah. I mean, you see doinks, you see somebody doing a double jump, hitting it with the top of your car, but a backflip like that, so rare. And maybe just
It's
as
so
rare as the buzzer
perfectly
beater.
timed as well. Oh, wow. That one rolled right across the K-Corp goal line. They
Oh, they
are
keep it up.
so
They keep it up.
fortunate nobody was there. The play is kept up.
Fine.
Atau with the 50, but
That's it.
will hit it over to the side. K-Corp will secure the Game 2 victory, but in that final moment, they very easily could have gave it up.
I want to jump in here and just mention right now 10 seconds left, and Algiri is about to perfect sweep G1.
What?
You say perfect sweep. You
Perfect sweep. 0
G1
goals
has
for
not
G1.
scored.
Correct.
Oh my word.
0 seconds left. So if this drops down, it's it's done. Yeah.
That is actually ridiculous.
That's actually the first one we've seen in every region in a main event. There's been some in qualifiers, but in main event, if this drops down, that'll be the first one we've seen in every region.
Oh man, and they're
it's on
making it
G1.
to the playoffs potentially. That's unreal. They went to round 5
There it is.
previously, and they lost a Quadrant. Now they're able to get some revenge, bounce back, and make it to playoffs. That's a nuts performance from Algiri.
And also, just to let you know, Oxygen, before James said, respect Casio. Oxygen's not. It's match point right now. They're trying to sweep this one. So
You gonna take that, James? You gonna take that?
The series isn't over till it's over, Turtle.
that is true.
Okay.
That's true.
Okay, you're right. You're right. You never know when somebody like Batira will just pull up with a backflip in his own half, all the way with a clear. Things like that could happen, I guess.
Big Corp, much needed victory. Team Liquid, they looked very good in game 1. Atau had a great game 2 as well, but ultimately that backflip play from Batira made the difference. Batira scoring a hat trick last game. It was a shootout between him and Oski.
Yeah, and Oski has been that cleanup role, while Atto was definitely a big factor. He's gotten flip resets, thrown the defensive K-Corp for a whirl, a Chronic with some double taps to his name. And Oski's been able to clean up and also do some damage on the defensive side. Gets in front of that shot early on, but it's still open for Itachi, who bends around the backboard and gets the angle.
Itachi heads up play. Saw the defense rotate out. Oski left for corner boost. A Chronic had flipped too far into net.
Yeah.
That was a low altitude Doomsy dish.
A low altitude Doomsy dish, but a Doomsy dish nonetheless. And one that was needed to get the goal. I don't think there would have been time to pass that in the midfield. Would have given the goalkeeper time to recover. And now there's space, 2v1, Vatira opts to flick it out, and Itachi can hit the double tap. He finds it, and it's crossbar down and in.
Oh, this was a thing of beauty from Itachi. A nice pop, but look at this. To do that and hit it bar down, you cannot shoot that ball better. Great shot from Itachi. I don't even know how you put it bar down from that angle.
I don't know either. You think that if you're above the net like that and you hit crossbar at all, it's going out, but I guess Itachi can break and defy physics. Vatira in the midfield. They are on a roll. This is 3 goals. We haven't even gotten into a minute and a half of game number 3.
Sir, you might need to get your phone out and check the timeline. Did somebody on Team Liquid upset Carmine Corp? What is going on?
There's got to be something here that got tweeted, spoken into existence.
They are playing like they're angry.
There's some drama on the line. I mean, they've been playing like this since game 1. That Vatira top corner shot, that was an angry shot. That had some emotion, like I was saying, behind it. And I guess they've just they got a little bit scared, I'd say, in game number 2, game number 1. But now they're just peak anger, James. This is them being the Lions, sleeping, and they just got poked a little bit too hard.
You know, that line got demoed. Exotic. Try to clear it out. There's a rebound on the goal line.
Oh.
Itachi, I think he just jumped, but it was the perfect jump. Ended up saving it.
He's just like, whatever, I'm jumping.
Premonition.
Let's hope I can get a touch. He did. I don't even know what's going on, but it's all working out for KC. They are in the spots they need to be. Right time when they need it. And here we go down the other side. Itachi, flip reset, and the 50-50 win. Wow. That post bounce wasn't in their favor, but still a good opportunity. And more to come for Vatira.
Oh, and the clear off the goal line, but it's so panicked right now for Team Liquid. They are struggling. Exotic looking like a freestyler. Oski the clear out, met by Vatira. A Chronic will poke it. Then stopped again by Exotic. Launch towards net. A Chronic on low boost.
Oh, man.
Exotic with a chance. He passes down to Vatira, and there's a miss.
Who will put this match in this series on match point and potentially risk joining G1 and losing in round 5 of the Swiss format? Playoffs in the distance, that's your reward, that's your prize for securing a dub here. And of course, these teams want it equally bad. They're gonna need to prove themselves on the pitch. Previously, it was Oski, and I'd say a Chronic was doing a lot of the mechanical work off the backboard. We haven't seen really anything flashy or special in this game from Team Liquid.
They've started to sputter out a little bit.
Yeah, very flat. Oski.
He hits Oski, who looked like had pre-jumped, and the infield pass came, but it was broken up. Itachi has been everywhere for K-Corp.
Yeah. That's literally like the only way Team Liquid can outpace K-Corp right now is with pre-jumps and preemptively going off the ceiling. Oh, we're getting that pre-jump save from Atto. Okay, you've kept it within 3. If you score here, there might be a chance. We've seen crazier things happen, but if Vatira is in your way, I don't know how possible that is.
Exotic trying to break the play up. The Chronic. Good attempt to the corner. Oski there. Shot would have been wide. It was cleared by Exotic anyway. Vatira off the ceiling into a flip reset. Will burn more time off that clock. A 3-goal lead, less than
there's
30
space on the
seconds
backboard.
left.
There's
This
space.
K-Corp team is unstoppable, and Exotic puts the exclamation point on this game.
You've got to learn your lesson, James. Don't give KC space on the backboard. Itachi just punished with a double tap, and then Exotic gets a double tap to his own name. 4-0. This is the best possible way you can move into match point.
K-Corp have been dominant this game. It was a slog last game, but they were able to get the victory. Or Team Liquid was able to get the victory. And now K-Corp, a chance to go on match point.
Wow. And there were highlights. There were very few, but still specific moments that you saw from Team Liquid where they had an opportunity, they had a fair look, I'd say, at the net. But there was still a player who got a pre-jump save, and that was mainly Itachi just getting in the way, filling the gaps. And I think we can allude to the point you previously mentioned, James, where you were talking about how Itachi just is always that consistent player. You can almost always rely on him to have your back if you're his teammates.
Yeah, and the other thing about Itachi is so well-rounded, whether it's the defensive side of the ball, being a facilitator as a passer, or the shooter. You saw that bar down double tap. That was a nasty shot from Itachi.
Well, on the other side of things, as Algiri is confirmed through, they've made it into that top 8, the bracket for tomorrow. Tundra is now 3-0 with 30 seconds left as they try to climb back against Oxygen. It's 2-1 in the series for Oxygen. So looking like we're going to a game 5 for that one. And I feel like...
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And that's going to be on a reverse sweep. If Tundra win that, that'll be a reverse sweep against Oxygen. So ridiculous stuff.
Ridiculous.
Like I said, never over till it's over, and I think Team Liquid will take that to heart. The last game, they got trounced.
You'd like to see Team Liquid respond with an angry shot of their own. I mean, I just can't get over that start for KC in the previous game, but you can reset. You get those 60 seconds, James, to drop your controller, get back into this one, forget about what just happened, because there have been so many bright moments and highlight plays from Team Liquid. This could be another one for a Chronic if he finds a way. A flip reset off the backboard. It was creative to get into the midfield, but not enough. But they're still trying to go for an onslaught of shots, forcing KC to waste some boosts.
And I mean, just looking at last game, it was a shutout in favor of K-Corp. Not only did K-Corp put in 4, but Team Liquid not even able to get a single goal, and that weighs on you. And that drought continues here in this first minute.
It's always an important thing to try and end that drought, obviously, as early as possible. Good passing from Atto, keeping possession, actually passing to himself in that instance. But Vatira is coming from the ceiling, it looked like, and then Exotic can have a shot. Saved from Atto, but with no power, no pace behind the ball, it's just setting up a follow-up.
And this is good recognition from Vatira, reading the play, seeing that Atto, even if he does get the stop, won't be able to do much, but stop that ball on the goal line. And Exotic did exactly what he needed to. You just put a shot in. You know, ideally you put the shot right where he did, so you're launching it right at the center mass of the defender, so they can't clear it out to the corner as easily. It's well done all around.
The only thing that you can, I guess, expect more of from Atto is for him to save that flip, and then in that way you can use it. But if you're gonna save your flip and not double jump, it kind of puts you in another awkward spot where you have to get a perfect initial jump. So, a lot of small moments. It's wide open. There it is, the Chronic.
Saw the double commit, Turtle.
Oh, I saw it. I saw it indeed. Itachi, he's flying by, and that was, I believe, after the double commit, where Batir and Exotic were both on the other side.
If you're Itachi, you either decide to go all in or you turtle up on your goal line and wait for the demo.
Yeah.
There's not many options.
In a weird way, it could almost benefit you if Itachi does win that challenge. Like, he sees both teammates double committing and says, okay, if I can win an early challenge, then we're all 3 here and in position. But still a tricky situation for him to deal with.
A little too tricky. Team Liquid break that drought. And they score their first goal, but they're still not in the lead yet.
Ooh.
Itachi. Centers to Exotic. Ooh. Almost an own goal, but Oski was able to sail it wide. Team Liquid, if they have any hopes of making it to the playoffs, they are going to have to win this game, Turtle.
Yeah, and I'd say things definitely look to be in favor of Team Liquid. They ended the drought, and after how abysmal the previous game was, this has been a huge step in the right direction, a leap in the right direction, rather. They're going to need to continue this pace. A Chronic, a good 50-50 win, given over to Exotic, but you've got 2 players running back, so they should be able to withstand some of this pressure.
Vatira. Off the arc and down.
Oh, no.
Trying to get this ball out to the middle. It does pinch there.
Exotic.
Exotic, low shot, blocked by Oski. Rebound to Itachi. High shot, and it's going to be blocked by Acronic. Oski, lob downfield. Vatira, first touch into a flip reset, but that one's tipped wide. Acronic getting a piece of the ball.
Here we go. There's some odd amount of space given to Team Liquid, but Liquid are kind of biting at the trap and clearing this ball all the way down the side. I mean, you see what Itachi and how much room he has to work with, but unfortunately doesn't find a teammate, and this could lead to something from Team Liquid, especially if Exotic is going to miss the ball. A huge mistake, and Labs in the defense for Carmi Corp just sets up a free one out of Liquid.
Now you can tell what Exotic was trying to do. He's trying to break up that exact pass, and it's really tough because if you don't jump and you make that play, you turn around, you're still not going to have the height to be able to get to that challenge. I mean, he wanted to touch that, but maybe, Turtle, you do just have to play the shooting angle. That is a really tough defensive spot to be in.
Now that's the second time we've seen a very tight situation for the goalkeeper. The other goal, it was actually Atto who was in that tough spot, but they're able to turn the favor and put KC on the back line. This is a big demo from Atto, and Acronic can come through and clean up.
Acronic making the most out of that.
Man,
that demo
look at him go.
still in the deal, but I mean, Acronic had barely any boost.
Yeah.
It was necessary that Acronic get that flip reset. And you saw that Vatira was rotating back, so really well done play all around by Team Liquid.
Yeah.
And they show that they've got life, and despite the 4-0 shutout by K-Corp in the last game, Team Liquid have found their footing.
And I love that play from Acronic because it puts on display how impactful and important flip resets can be. If you have no boost, but you still get the flip reset, you can create and generate some power out of nowhere, James.
It's true. And speaking of power, that is a powerful pass off the backboard to himself. Acronic closes this game down.
Yes. The alley-oop sets it up and then smacks it down. There's two players in net, but it's not going to matter. We are going to go the distance and head to Game 5 in Round 5 of the Swiss stage.
And it would be so tough to accept for K-Corp if they don't even make the playoff round. Team Liquid, they put one more in because why not?
Why not indeed? Just add insult to injury. From some salt in the wound, Oski's in the perfect spot. Team Liquid all over the defense of KC. And now the roles have been reversed. Previously, coming into this game, KC had all the momentum. They had literally held Team Liquid scoreless, who respond and get 5 goals, James. 5 goals after being held scoreless.
Now another 4-goal differential, but this time in favor of Team Liquid, the Young Guns, Oski, Acronic, and Atau. They are making a statement and now an opportunity to take down a K-Corp team that many people have up there in their top 4 in EU. And that would really do some damage to K-Corp's hopes for a major spot. This has such big major implications for
absolutely, especially not even making it to the playoffs has gotta hurt. And I know, Leaf, there's other matches going on. Give us the update.
Well,
there's been some crazy developments in this series.
Just one more, and I think James's phrase of "it ain't over till it's over" is going to be heard worldwide.
Banger,
Put that on
banger
t-shirt.
phrase.
I guarantee no one's ever said that before. But yeah, Tundra wins. They just won.
Wait, they just won?
No, they won Game 5?
They just won in Game 5.
Oh my goodness! The defending champs are out before playoffs.
Yeah,
they're out before playoffs. What is this? Oxygen out. I mean, if KC's out as well.
What is going on?
I don't know, Turtle.
These were the grand finalists of the Fall Open. One of them has already not made it to the playoffs. And now we have the potential of both of them not even making top 8. Oh my goodness. This is the storyline we wanted. And now we're getting it from EU. Maybe Vatira can start off on the right foot though. He does not want to be in the same spot as Oxygen. And with a double tap, he puts his team up 1-0.
Oh, this was so good from Vatira, that double tap, and also the touch from Itachi. Oh man, that was an icy play. Vatira, beautiful goal. And that is a huge moment as well for K-Corp.
Yeah.
And you can't take anything for granted. Nothing is free, especially in EU.
Okay, nothing is free. There's been some backboard free moments, all right? I won't let you say that again. How dare you? But Vatira, that's a common thing too. Vatira starting strong, making sure that KC early momentum and then denied. Exotic saves it. I don't know, he might have broken an arm or a leg blocking that shot, but they're still in the lead.
Gonna have to pop a dent out from the hood, no doubt, but hey, you take it.
Oh my
Better a
word.
little bit of cosmetic damage than conceding a goal.
Yeah. Hopefully his hands are still fine. That's ridiculous. He might have felt that on the vibration of the controller.
Vatira behind Exotic. Exotic now jumping for it. Clear downfield. Oski let it out to the corner. Bounce to the middle. Vatira letting one loose, but it was too high.
Oh, man. Just think about what's on the line, James, the implications. Points, fighting for Rotterdam, earning a spot. The top two teams in the Fall Open might just not make it unless Itachi can clutch up. Double commit, but it's a good pinch down the other side and actually benefits Liquid.
Oski, tip up. Out of the middle, Vatira double tap off the sidewall, didn't connect, and didn't get the boost. We'll have to retreat deep. Itachi to the sidewall. Vatira now up again. A Chronic there to stop it out. There's a demo from Oski. Atau will turn, waiting for Itachi to hit it. Now pulls the trigger, launches wide of the net. But pressure starting to build in favor of Team Liquid. Oski on the sidewall. Vatira backflip, giving space to Oski. Full 50, and that's cleared off the middle from Itachi.
I like the idea, the approach from Oski. Bring that ball down and go for the safer play with these 50-50s. Atto's doing the exact same thing. Oski crashes through, and a Chronic is going to be the only one who gets up in the air and goes for a high shot, or maybe a high 50-50, but a pass in. Vatira, look at the control, the finesse from this man.
Vatira! What a crazy goal with his backflip. Full field that time. Intercepting the ball, catching it, and then redirecting it. The defense, what can you do? I mean, that was a highlight play.
He cradled the ball and tucked it in, and absolutely had full control of it, even after that pass from Exotic was blazing forward. That was absurd levels of control.
That putting the ball in his backpack. And, you know, while he was at it, all a K-Corp.
Oh, my goodness. This has been one day for the books in Rocket League, but when is it not? Always answering and living up to our expectations. It's been ridiculous, and it's still not over. Game 5, round 5, 1 minute and 38 seconds to go. Do we see a comeback from Team Liquid, or do we see KC just continue on and be dominant in this final game?
Vatira racing to it, the 50 off the ceiling. The Chronic finding Oski. Oski trying to 50. A Chronic now trying to 50. Exotic weaving through both of them. Itachi waiting for the pass. There's the pass. Rebound out. A Chronic hitting it high, but that's more time being wasted, which is a good thing for K-Corp. K-Corp, a 2-goal lead. We have 1 minute left. Whoever wins this one, going to the playoffs.
Oh no, that's not a good bounce though, and a Chronic didn't get the read. That was huge. You need to find a touch. They lost all their possession, all that momentum, and they've got to start at 0.
That's out. Trying to control the ball. Air dribble. Past Itachi. A Chronic jumped and has to rotate out of the play. Now a pinch between Itachi and Exotic.
Vatira. Oh, what a read. This could be it. Oh, but Exotic, the control. It's not just Vatira, it's Exotic, James.
Exotic has been crucial to wasting time in this final game. 2 goals And only 10 seconds, and with that miss, Team Liquid, even though they forced Game 5, they brought it back, it wasn't enough. And K-Corp are headed to the playoffs.
Tenacious stuff from K-Corp all over the field, even when their backs get pushed against the wall. They had made it to the grand finals. They might have been doubting themselves a little bit, but they still put up a fantastic showing, especially when they needed to in game number 5. I can't get over the control, the finesse, and that composure from Vatira. That was the highlight play that shifted everything.
Vatira had a standout performance, especially in that last game. The double tap was so good. Itachi, Exotic and Itachi, they were so solid all series long, but you had that extra bit of flair, that extra bit of something special coming out of Vatira.
Oh, and I have so much respect for Team Liquid and what they were able to do and how they were able to do it. Oski, of course, I think had a lights out performance himself, always in position. But in game 5, that's where things fell short a little bit. That ball would get lofted over, the pass would come through, and hold on, I gotta interrupt myself. That was too good. But that last game, there were so many chances where the ball would float across, and you saw maybe 3 or 4 misses, just complete whiffs on the ball from Team Liquid, where you gotta find a touch. You can't be making that mistake in game 5.
It does hurt for Team Liquid. It gets so close, playing all these games throughout the day into round 5, and then just falling short. 2 goals, meaning you're not making that final bracket. But hey, K-Corp, that was huge for K-Corp, because that could have opened up the whole. It's still pretty wide open now, but that would have really opened it up if both of our finalists from last regional didn't make it. But let's look at the Swiss round, just see what we went through today. Look at the 4,000 logos on this graphic, as we do have our finalists moving through there. You see Quadrant, Tundra, EG, Team Vitality, BDS, Carmine Corp, Moist, and Algiri making it into the top 8. James, it was maybe a couple teams sneaking in there that maybe wouldn't have been expected.
Yeah, well, I certainly Vitality. I don't think I expected that. Algiri, also a surprise. I think EG, everyone knew they had it in them, but it's just shocking. It's shocking that Oxygen is out. I can't believe it. G1 was also another team that you thought surely had a great chance to make it. Team Liquid, another one of those teams, but wow, everything is so difficult in this region. I can understand why apparently Jack and Nolly decided to pack their bags and go to North America.
Yeah, that's a fair enough decision from them. Let's look at the brackets. We do have our single elimination bracket starting tomorrow. We'll do some of the matches, 4 of them to be precise, and then 3 on Sunday and crown a champion turtle. We're going to have some good matches. It's just, just what Europe is saying now. Yeah, it's all going to be good. So.
That BDS and KC matchup, that could be an absolutely bonkers series, just given what we've seen today. Obviously, you got to give the advantage to BDS, but KC, this was a tough day for them, but who knows what they bring now whenever we get into the playoff bracket. And for me, I'm also looking at the Quadrant versus Tundra Esports lineup. I think Quadrant and Tundra have been consistent. While Tundra did make it in round 5, Quadrant were able to just pull up and literally go to round 3 and make it in. So a lot of respect for those 2 teams being consistent and making it to playoffs back to back.
Well, this is going to be huge. Looking at the schedule, we have, I believe it'd be Moist and Algiri going to be up first. But then after that, we have K-Corp BDS. BDS could potentially, James, be facing a situation where they're out in the same spot in that top 8 that they were in the first regional.
Yeah, and honestly, I think that match is going to be a little bit spicy. I don't know if you've been paying attention to the timeline at all, Leaf, but there was a little back and forth around a Rookie of the Year conversation between Seiko and Vatira. And, I think that, it's tough to tell how much was tongue in cheek, but regardless, I'm excited to see those 2 go toe to toe tomorrow.
Looking at this too, how do you, just looking at how dominant Quadrant has been, Turtle, do you feel like Quadrant has the side of the bracket that might give them a chance to grand final?
Yeah, I think this is it. This is time for Cash to not only live up to a lot of the expectations that people have been setting for him, but also prove so many people wrong because they still feel like, that sleeper pick that I feel as though we see, this lineup of teams and maybe some people's first instinct isn't to just immediately go to that Quadrant matchup or look at Quadrant. It's like, oh, it's BDS, it's K-Corp, but no, Quadrant. They're fighting to be one of that top teams, one of the teams that's considered top 4, maybe even top 2. Oxygen's out of it, the lane's wide open, and they've got a really good bracket to do just that.
Oh, let's get some final thoughts now that we've seen how crazy this region's been. Yeah. Because again, it just feels like there aren't. You can't just say, okay, I expect these teams to win now because it's been crazy. If you want to start us off, Turtle.
Listen, I don't even know how to end today. I'm like, this is one of the first day ones that I've done in quite some time. So it's amazing to get to see this format again in action. Everybody's run was so different. And now we go into the playoffs. And this is where teams don't have that extra life. And we talk about momentum. Vitality have shown how important it can be. And I want to see the big dogs make a run as Leaf has just absolutely evaporated and disappeared.
Yeah, no, I'm
you're a little bit
technical
scared.
difficulties. We almost made it through the show. I'm just angles now. So I'll
wait. What if I join you?
Solidarity.
Hey, this is the James Bond show.
All right, no, you
James,
know
what's
what?
your final
James,
thoughts?
what's the final thought, man?
This is my final thoughts right here.
Okay.
But no, why won't it go away? Oh, I pushed the wrong thing. There we go. How's that?
Beautiful.
Now this is the true, truly analyzing the Europe. Moment of silence.
Wait, guys, we're Oxygen. No, I'm sorry.
Oh my God!
I'm
oh
sorry.
my, that was
I'm sorry.
That was
All the
way
Oxygen fans out
too
there, I
far,
apologize.
bro.
I was mean.
Okay, well let's.
I'm sorry.
Let's get us out of here then. Let's get ourselves ready for tomorrow. Day 1 is finished with some new faces in top 8 and no faces here compared to the first regional as this region delivers unexciting matches. Let's hope that continues into tomorrow as day 2 begins our single elimination bracket. Join us at 10:30 Eastern time for the pre-show with Shogun and 11 for kickoff. We're already out of here. You guys get on your way too, and we'll see you tomorrow.